Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to submit a petition that has 5,571 signatures. The operative clause reads, "We, the people of Nova Scotia, call on the government of Nova Scotia to consider harsher penalties for animal abusers. We propose the following. First offence, 1 year in jail, $25,000 fine, and a lifetime ban on owning animals. Second offence, 2 years in jail, $50,000 fine, and a lifetime ban on owning animals. Third offence, 5 years in jail, $75,000 fine, and a lifetime ban on owning animals. Probation after the first, second, and third offence of no less than 2 years. We also propose the offender to be placed on the Animal Abuse Registry and to be listed with the SPCA, the Halifax Regional Police Department, the RCMP, and animal groups across the province. As I said, it has 5,571 signatures, and I have affixed my signature to this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, may I do an introduction before I do?
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, in our East Gallery, we're joined today by John Montague and his wife, Barbara. I would ask them both to stand. Mr. Speaker, John was on HMCS Kootenay from 1967 to 1969 as a junior officer, and he retired as a naval captain. This morning, Mr. Speaker, with many people, I was at a memorial service honoring the 50th anniversary of that disaster at Kootenay, and I want to tell you, John gave a eulogy, Mr. Speaker, that I wish all members of this House could hear and more Nova Scotians. He laid out what happened on that day 50 years ago. Mr. Speaker, we lost 9 servicemen on that particular day. John eloquently expressed how 4 of them were buried at sea, the last Canadian soldiers to be buried at sea, and 4 of them are buried in England, Mr. Speaker. And as you well know, and all of us know, unfortunately, we now repatriate those brave men and women who honor our country back here, and that happened because of that terrible disaster on Kootenay. And John and Barbara, because I want to say to Barbara, I was impressed by the Kootenay family, and I know it was not only the men and women on that ship, it was the entire families that have come together over these past 50 years, so that we honor not only those who perished that particular day, but quite frankly, those who survived. And even though we talk about PTSD today, 50 years ago we didn't. And we left that up to our spouses and our families to deal with the tragedy and circumstances around that. So on behalf of this entire House, John and Barbara, please accept our gratitude that you're here and our thanks to you and to the entire Kootenay family.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I beg of notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas HMCS Kootenay, originally based in Halifax, experienced the worst peacetime accident in the history of the Royal Canadian Navy on October 23, 1969. And whereas the accident occurred off of England, the resulting fire and toxic smoke caused by the explosion claimed the lives of 9 crewmen and seriously injured 53. And whereas a crewman who was killed on HMCS Kootenay accident will be honoured in a ceremony this evening, where a brook will be named in his memory, Billy Boudreau Brook in Pictou County. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly recognize the HMCS Kootenay and its crew for their courage during this terrible accident, and offer our heartfelt appreciation for the sacrifice of the crewmen in the protection of the freedoms that we as Canadians enjoy. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Department of Community Services staff work hard to help young people get ahead in life through various programs and supports. And whereas this year the department worked with valued service providers from across the province to launch the Youth Day Programming pilot programming, helping young people aged 16 to 24 attain skills or vocational or recreational opportunities so they can be independent. And whereas 14 service providers piloting a diverse selection of programming options in all regions of the province, therefore be it resolved, the members of this House join me in thanking our valued staff and service providers for delivering this innovative programming to young people. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, permission to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Today in the East Gallery, we're joined by, and I will ask them to stand as I read their name, a special group from Mapleware. We have Sheba Kisok-Chinert, HR Generalist, SMU MBA graduate. We have Hadley Igo, Test Engineer, NSCC Diploma in Information Technology Programming, and Graduate Opportunities 1,000th hire. We have Harisha Buga, Software Developer, Dalhousie, Masters of Engineering. We have Sankalip Baguette, Software Developer, SMU, Masters of Computing and Data Analytics. We have Ariane Hanlon, Test Engineer, Dalhousie, Bachelor of Applied Computer Sciences. And we have Josh Moore, Software Developer, Dalhousie, Bachelor of Applied Computer Sciences. And as well, Leanne Dingwall, Vice President of Human Resources at Mapleware. I ask everyone to give them the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas employers across the province are discovering how hiring skilled young workers can benefit their businesses. And whereas more than 1,000 recent graduates have secured jobs in their chosen careers in Nova Scotia with the help from encouraging employers and the Graduate Opportunities Program. And whereas these graduates are building their futures in Nova Scotia and they're bringing new energy and new possibilities to the organizations that hire them, therefore be it resolved that all members of this legislature congratulate these talented graduates on their success and wish them all the best in their future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to do an introduction.
Permission granted.
I bring the attention of the House to the East Gallery, where we have a member here today that's not unfamiliar with this House by any means, Mark Butler. I'd ask you to raise. Mark Butler, unbeknownst to a lot of us, maybe is here for a different reason, but today I'd like to bring the attention that he's retiring Friday. Wow. So coincidentally, we have him here today. I would like to express the thanks of the work that you've done over the 23 years to raise the awareness in this province to important things, and I think have helped us get to the position that we are today as leaders in the country in environmental opportunities. So thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I hereby give notice on a future date. I'll move the following resolution. Whereas Mark Butler joined the Ecology Action Centre 23 years ago and has worked tirelessly to raise Nova Scotians' awareness and understanding of the important issues facing our environment, And whereas during that time, the Ecology Action Centre has grown from a passionate but small group of 2 staff members to an influential voice in environmental policy with 40 staff and 300 volunteers. And whereas Mark's last day of work is Friday as Policy Director of the Ecology Action Centre, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate Mark Butler on 23 successful years with the Ecology Action Centre, and I wish him luck in the next phase of his career. Thank you very much. And passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've discussed this with the opposition House leaders as well, but just for the record, we're seeking unanimous consent of the House to revert back to presenting tabling reports, regulations, and other papers.
Is it agreed? It is agreed.
Thank you.
We'll now revert back to tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
I'd call my colleagues' attention to the East Gallery, where we're joined by staff today from the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission. My apologies for not being here in a prompt and timely manner. Joining us with the team from the Human Rights Commission is the CEO, Christine Hansen. Christine has made a significant contribution to transforming our Human Rights Commission in the province of Nova Scotia, and her team has been so supportive through some very challenging files and continue to work with the best interests of our broad community in mind. So I'd ask members of the legislature to bring a warm welcome to Christine and her team.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my capacity as the Attorney General for the province of Nova Scotia, I hereby beg leave to table the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission annual report for 2017-2018.
The report is tabled. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to do an introduction before I introduce the bill.
Permission granted.
Folks, I would like to, members of the House, bring attention to the East Gallery, where we're joined today by a group of people that I value very much. The Ministers' Roundtable on Environmental Sustainability and Prosperity, and I think all of our previous ministers would agree, played an integral role. Not all of them are here today. I would like to acknowledge all of them and ask them to stand. The ones that aren't here, I'm going to read off their names also. Scott Skinner, Marty Yanowich, Mark Butler, John Creasy, Rob Grant, Graham Gagnon, Michael Raymond, Bill Simpkins, Dale Esterby, Jeff Bishop, Henry Vissers, Heather Johansson, and Sheila Cole. Mr. Speaker, this group of people are deeply committed to sustainable prosperity in our province. They have been instrumental in helping us reach a moment where I am about to table new legislation to ensure that we have a healthy environment, a healthy economy, and a healthy, resilient people. I want to thank them most sincerely for working with me since I've become minister. The Premier, my colleagues, and I look forward to continuing building our relationship, and I ask all members to bring their warm welcome to the House to this group.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, if I beg your leave to do a second introduction.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I also introduced some young Nova Scotians that are here, joined by the staff of the Clean Foundation. That's a non-profit group that ensures that we make our homes energy efficient, restores watersheds, engages youth, promotes green transportation, mitigates the effects of stormwater, and partners with municipalities and First Nations on climate change. A tremendous group of young people that we have here, and I'd ask them to take the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I'd now like to beg leave to introduce a bill, an act to achieve environmental goals and sustainable prosperity.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Achieve Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity.
Bill number 213, entitled An Act to Achieve Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Member statements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in commemoration of the HMCS Kootenay and the explosion that killed 9 crewmen and injured 53 others. Today marks the 50th anniversary of the accident. I want to draw attention to Commander retired Al Kennedy and Able Seaman retired Dinger Bell. Both of these men were wounded in the Kootenay explosion and fire, and this year received the Wound Stripe. The Wound Stripe is a medal given to members of the military in recognition of a wound or injury sustained from enemy action or while serving in a forward operational area. I was honored to hear the Premier's words this morning of Able Seamen's and the crew there, their remembrance of the HMCS Kootenay ceremony at the park in Point Pleasant Park. I ask all members of this House to join me in honouring Commander Kennedy, Able Seaman Bell, and all the victims and survivors of the HMCS Kootenay explosion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Small Business Week to congratulate local entrepreneur Anna Townsend. Anna has had a lifelong passion for exercise. Over the last 18 years, she has helped share her fitness knowledge with others as a nutrition and lifestyle coach, fitness instructor, certified trainer, and blogger. In a fitness manager position with a local chain of gyms, she has also managed and hired personal trainers, helping them grow, learn, and better help their clients. But growing up in a family that owned a small business, Anna knew she wanted to take control of her own career. This spring, Anna did just that when she opened her own studio, the Fitness Room on Shoreham Lane, where she offers classes in spin, barre, yoga, Pilates, and more. I want to congratulate Anna on the opening of the Fitness Room and wish her and her team great success. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend Amy Ferguson, one of the very few female boat captains in Pictou County and probably Nova Scotia. Amy has spent many years aboard her father's boat as a hired hand during lobster season and always thoroughly enjoyed the work that goes into it. Following her father's passing, she decided to step away from her career and become the captain of his boat. Amy has been doing amazing work as a captain, and I applaud her for taking the lead in such a male-dominated industry. With so few female captains, it is refreshing to see Amy take on the challenge of running a fishing boat. I wish Amy the best of luck as she becomes the 4th generation of her family to continue the tradition of lobster fishing. She is a hard-working woman, and I look forward to watching her continue to do what she loves while inspiring other females. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in commemoration of the HMCS Kootenay Day. It is so important to Nova Scotians and HRM that we commemorate this day in remembrance of the HMCS Kootenay disaster and the lives that were forever changed in its wake. One of my constituents, AB, retired seaman Alan Dinger Bell, a survivor of the crisis, has been a dedicated advocate in bringing the events of that fateful day 50 years ago to the forefront of provincial and national awareness. I thank him and his colleagues for the work accomplished through these efforts. There were lives lost and tremendous suffering then and ongoing from the effects of the accident. The crisis caused many lessons to be learned in creating significantly improved safety standards in the Royal Canadian Navy and for navies around the world. The historical relevance and element of humanity through dedication and service and the sacrifices made are factors for which the day is dedicated to the HMCS Kootenay tragedy. On this day, Nova Scotians and their fellow Canadians will have the opportunity to reflect on the human historical significance of the HMCS Kootenay disaster. Lest we forget.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, in honour of the anniversary of the HMCS Kootenay tragedy, I rise today to bring recognition to Sea Cadet Mikhail Zavala and a group of cadets for their fast action and courage in applying their first aid knowledge during the pirate days at Fisherman's Cove and Eastern Passage. When a man at the cove began taking a seizure, Mikhail was ready to apply his first aid training while the other cadets kept a crowd from forming, all while the family of the gentleman waited for an ambulance. After joining the Sea Cadets 5 years ago, this 16-year-old learned so much from the organization. Remaining calm during a situation like this was something Mikhail prides himself on. I ask that all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature join me in thanking Mikhail and a group of cadets for their quick action and the life that they saved that day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you may remember earlier this spring, I spoke about the uprooting of Common Roots Urban Farm from downtown Halifax to the Bicentennial Highway Park in my riding. Now, months later, Common Roots has a new home and many eager participants. Janet Nyankuru is one of more than 50 urban farmers who is using the new space. She is also a survivor of the Rwandan genocide, a former refugee, and now a proud Canadian citizen. Gardening has proven to be Janet's cure to her PTSD, and she enjoys growing and harvesting traditional African staples. Imelda Nwindimana, I apologize for that, is another urban farmer who uses the community garden to create traditional dishes with vegetables and plants that she cannot buy in store. As a refugee from Burundi, she states that participating in the garden project reminds her of home. There is a high demand for garden plots at Common Roots, which goes to show how important the farm is for people in our community. So I ask the members of this House to join me in congratulating Common Roots on their move and wishing Janet and Imelda a successful harvest. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, on October 23, 1956, a nationwide revolution began in the streets of Hungary. For 12 days, armed with only a few rifles and petrol bombs, everyday Hungarians rose up against Soviet occupation of their country, and they nearly succeeded. When the Soviet forces crushed the revolution on November 10th, 2,500 Hungarians have been killed in their fight for freedom, and 200,000 more fled their homeland. Today, as Hungarians around the world celebrate their national holiday, let us not remember their defeat, but celebrate the bravery of the Hungarian people and marvel at their remarkable desire for freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Ariella Polk from Terrence Bay and recipient of the 2019 Artist Recognition Award. Arts Nova Scotia and the Creative Nova Scotia Leadership Council will celebrate several artists, including Ariella, as part of the 14th Creative Nova Scotia Awards Gala to be held at the Halifax Library on Saturday, November 2nd. The artist's artistic vision for the gala is Make It Ours. Make It Ours is a call to fight fear of scarcity and to celebrate our achievements together. It's a billboard that proclaims there is space for you, a mantra that affirms that we are exactly who we should be here now, sharing our gifts in Nova Scotia. At the awards gala, Ariella will receive the 2019 Established Artist Recognition Award. In addition, each artist will receive an award that will also receive $5,000. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Ariella on her artistic achievements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Anas Khmer of Sydney River on her recent placing in the Nova Scotia Equestrian Federation's 2nd Annual Series Provincial Championship. This year, the event was held in Truro with several participants and tough competition. The NSEF Scotia Series is a provincial program developed to promote specific categories within community horse clubs. The Scotia Series rewards these athletes and their horses at local, district, and provincial levels. Their Series Awards program. Anas displayed her true passion for these activities when she placed first in Western Performance Junior, third in English Flat Junior, and overall champion in Western Performance Junior with her horse Be a Flashy Revolution. I stand here once again, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate Anas Kamerd on her recent accomplishments with the NSEF Scotia Series and wish her continued success in whatever is next for this young woman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with this week being Small Business Week, I rise to recognize some of the work that is happening in the solar industry across our province. In the past weeks, I've been on Cape Breton Island to celebrate our 500th home that has installed solar as part of their energy mix. What that has meant for the province is we have 500 families now that have solar. Last year we had 13 solar installers, and this year we have 57 solar installers. So it's been a big boost for small business here in the province and hundreds of new clean jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise on my feet to thank all of the families who are participating in the government program, the government solar program, and congratulations to the now 57 solar installers who are working across our province. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to rise today in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the explosion and fire on board of HMCS Kootenay. While on manoeuvres on the coast of England, the starboard gearbox exploded. The resulting smoke and fire led to 9 deaths and 53 injuries among the 240 crew members on board the vessel. All crew members were based in Halifax at the time of the explosion. The HMCS Kootenay stands as the biggest loss of life during peacetime for the Canadian Forces. If you live in Nova Scotia, it is very likely that you or someone you know is related to a member of that crew. My cousin's husband, leading seaman Pete Bure, lost his life that day. So it is a memorial that touches so many. It's a day that we honor every year, but on the 50th anniversary, we take special care to give it our attention. Mr. Speaker, I was honored to attend the commemoration ceremony this morning with many of the colleagues from this House, and I ask you all again today to join me in recognizing HMCS Kootenay Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise today to offer congratulations to Fall River's Darrell Sampson on his success as being re-elected as a member of the Parliament representing Sackville, Preston, Chesuncook riding. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to congratulate Darrell's campaign team. Darrell credits his election success to the hard work of his community supporters, friends, and family. Congratulations, Darrell. I look forward to continuing our strong working relationship to help our constituencies and our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the legislature today to recognize the under-13 New Glasgow DQ Blizzards baseball team. Blizzards accomplished a 5-0 record, capturing the Atlantic Baseball Championship. The Glasgow squad defeated host team Spring Hill 4-3 in the championship game. All players contributed to a very successful weekend of playoff baseball. Congratulations to coaches Bill McKenzie, Freddie McKay, and Casey Spence, players Landon Steele, Robert Hollis, Harley Clark, Maddox McKenzie, Corbin McDonnell, Ethan McKay, Derek McKay, Wyatt Spence, Aidan Brzezinski, Isaac Haynes, Kenneth Bork, DeCoste, Marshall Brown, and Lockie McDonald. Playing an organized sport is often a very positive thing for our youth. This season was an enjoyable one for the entire team, and players are looking forward to next summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too would like to join the voices of some of my colleagues here today. I recognize October 23rd, 2019 as 50 years since the disaster of the HMCS Kootenay. This was the largest peacetime disaster in our Navy's history. And I think that as my other colleagues have mentioned, it is important that We acknowledge the sacrifice that those men made who passed on that day, and certainly those who have returned to us and have to live with that. It's nice to see so many people who were a part of that crew come back to Halifax and get some time to spend with their former crewmates, and I'm so glad that they can call Halifax a part of their heart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Anis Melançon, a math support teacher who is in her 35th and final year before retiring at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. Mr. Speaker, we all know the profound impact that teachers can have on students, and Anis touches the hearts of every student that she works with. Anis has had the pleasure of returning to work at schools, only to discover that some of the new staff members were her past students. I know she has helped spark a love for learning that her former students will eventually pass down to their own students. Mr. Speaker, I ask that members of this House congratulate Anis on her fulfilling career as a teacher, and I wish her all the best in her final year of teaching. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the Royal Canadian Sea Cadet Corps 328, St. Margaret's Bay, under the leadership of Commanding Officer Lieutenant Kim Boutlier for winning 2 awards at their annual ceremonial review. Lieutenant Retired Earl Corn, the current past president of the Navy League of Canada, presented the Corps with both the Silver Growth Award for the largest increase in membership during the year and Most Improved Corps Award in recognition of their community activities and excellent cadet programming. The cadets were reviewed by Commander Scott Nielsen, Commanding Officer, HMCS Halifax. He reminded them that not only does it take years of training and hard work to be successful, but that their contribution to their community is as important an objective as their own success. Mr. Speaker, I invite the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Royal Canadian Sea Cadet Corps 328, St. Margaret's Bay, for their achievements. Thank you.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musqueam Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I wish to acknowledge a special anniversary. For 25 years, the Truro and Area Newcomers Group has worked together to welcome women who are new to the Truro area, providing information and arranging social gatherings. Those activities have included potluck suppers, outings to local events such as music, horse racing, coffee mornings, book club, movie night, sewing circle, and monthly lunches. Activities during any given period are dependent on the interests of its current membership. The group has expanded membership eligibility to include women whose circumstances have changed and who want to make new friends. I commend this group for its long-term service to newcomers in our communities and its recognition of and adaptation to changing needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize all members of a very special community association, the Ketch Harbour Area Residents Association. The association has a highly active and hard-working board made up of Pete Rose, Kim Reinhart, Chris Stover, Chris Fleming, Doug Wazowski, Gordon McEwen, Anna Whalen, Joanne Farmer, Adrian Bowers, and Kyle Ero. But it's also the entire community that makes the association such a success. From summer ice cream socials, dances, Halloween, and Christmas parties, they keep everyone engaged. Recently, Hurricane Dorian destroyed their community wharf, a huge setback for the community. They immediately reached out to all levels of government and community members, and together we will find a solution. To Kara and all the Ketch Harbour, thank you for all you do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville Beaverbank.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Natalie Freeman, a Millwood High graduate and future Mount St. Vincent University student who on the week of July 16th had the opportunity of a lifetime to visit Sable Island after winning the Friends of Sable Island scholarship. Natalie won the scholarship after sending in a video for children to teach them about Sable Island. She traveled to the beautiful island where she had many opportunities to work with researchers on the island and see the famous Sable Island horses. In addition, Natalie was also invited to the Sheldon McLeod Show on News 95.7 on July 29th to talk about her experience. I'd like to take an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate Natalie on her scholarship that gave her this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to travel to Sable Island, and wish her all the best and luck in the future endeavours. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, a privilege of this role as an MLA facing this particular government is that I get to learn as they engage in bad faith bargaining with one group of public servants after another. I get to learn about the work of those public servants. And so I want to share what I learned by walking several turns around Province House with Crown attorneys today. I asked what they would be doing today if they were not picketing this House. One would have been meeting with a sexual assault victim. Another would have been meeting with one of the many witnesses in preparation for a trial that he is preparing for, where there are 30 witnesses who he must interview and prepare. Yet another would have been doing her regular day in court in a rural part of Nova Scotia, dealing with everything from bail hearings to arraignments. I thank the government for that opportunity.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday, September 7th, Hurricane Dorian barreled through the constituencies, leaving members of our community without power, warm food, and clean water. I rise today to recognize local hurricane heroes Nick Francis and Jessica Strobridge Francis, owners of Nick's Your Independent Grocers in Mahone Bay. They who opened their store the day following the hurricane and provided free water refills for members of the community. Anyone wanting free, clean water just had to bring their jug to the store. At a time when many people were in need of clean water, it is heartwarming to see that a local business opened their doors to help. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and the members of this House of Assembly join me in recognizing the owner of Nick's Independent Grocer for their generosity in helping others in a time of need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Barrington Barons who won the Nova Scotia Schools Athletic Federation Division II Boys Baseball Championship on the weekend of October 19th. The team was undefeated in the 6-team tournament, which was hosted in Amherst. During the division play, the Barons defeated Millwood 3-2 and Hants North 17-0 in 4 innings. In the semi-final crossover, Barrington beat Eastern 17-2 in 4 innings to advance to the championship game and doubled Millwood 6-3 to win the banner. I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Jordan Beliveau, Tegan Scott, Nate Wickens, Ben Nickerson, Ethan Shand, Owen Penny, Ethan Brannon, Evan Locke, Drew Gorham, Brandon Townsend, Keegan Sears, Zachary Townsend, Jacob Matthews, and Coach Tristan Reed on their recent championship win. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, in honour of Business Week, I would like to recognise a Halifax businessman who is both successful and community-minded. Hakan is originally from Istanbul, Turkey, and came to Canada in 2004. Hakan Alver is an owner of Amano, The Bicycle Thief, La Frasca, and Il Mercato. Each location has a unique atmosphere and offers different food selections. Hakan has been working with his group of restaurants since 2004 and took over as owner in 2014. Even with his busy schedule, he manages to make time to participate in charity fundraisers. Among his biggest event is Feed Nova Scotia Burger Week. In the 5 years since he took over, he raised over $26,195 with this event. The past year, he also raised $4,500 for Phoenix House through raffling a trip for 2 to Paris in his restaurant. Mr. Speaker, would this House of Assembly join me in congratulating Hakan on his entrepreneurial spirit and his generosity to his community? Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Caledonia's cenotaph flagpole fell in a windstorm last April, the grade 9 citizenship education class at North Queens Community School took action. In the absence of the Legion, they sought out local people in North Queens to determine what would be needed to replace the pole and took it upon themselves to raise the necessary funds. They were successful in their endeavour and raised $1,900, enough for the new pole and for some landscaping and beautification around the cenotaph. And if that wasn't enough, they also organized and hosted a D-Day anniversary service, complete with a performance by well-known music artist Terry Kelly. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate and applaud these students and their teacher, Julie Ramey, for undertaking these very worthwhile projects. They set a wonderful example of community and citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Gary Nickerson has retired after 38 years of radio at Y95 CGLS. Gary's broadcasting career began at CGLS in 1981. He was the station's news director for many years, and his voice, integrity, and leadership will be truly missed in our community. I ask this House to join me in congratulating my friend and one of the Yarmouth greats, Gary Nickerson, on his retirement, and in thanking him for serving the Tri-Counties for nearly 40 years, and in wishing him a happy and healthy future.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the work of Mr. Bill Schierman. He used to work for the Town of Amherst Recreation Department, and in June he retired from this position to move back to Prince Edward Island to be with his family. Bill Schierman's goal for our community was to make it more active and healthier, and he certainly achieved this by collaborating with local community health boards and creating programs to help get people more active. He is well known by our Minister of Community Cultures and Heritage and was very involved in a lot of provincial initiatives as well. Amherst finished top 5 for Atlantic Canada in recent Participation Challenge. Our community will certainly miss the commitment and work that Mr. Bill Schierman put into place while working in Amherst. He contributed much to the population health and improving that of this province. And he brought our now infamous hashtag, See Why We Love It. Please join me, Mr. Speaker, in thanking Mr. Bill Schierman for his service to our community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Jeff Landry is celebrating his 10th anniversary as the owner of Jesse's Pizza in Bridgewater. Jeff is a husband and a father of 2 who works long, hard hours, averaging 100 hours per week. On September the 7th, during Hurricane Dorian, Jeff kept the doors open at his pizzeria until he was forced to close due to flooding. He reopened early the next morning to serve as a relief station for those in need. Jesse says, "I'm always prepared at home and at work." So he brought in a generator to run the pizza oven, the Wi-Fi fridge and microwave, because he had the ability to do so. He made it available. Jeff says he's always had the sense that we have to take care of each other. He provided a safe place for people to get water, clean up, enjoy some food, charge their cell phones, and heat up baby bottles. He even provided some free food to friends and those who couldn't afford it. Up to 40 to 50 people squeezed in at a time to charge up or stock up. Congratulations to Jeff Landry for reaching this milestone anniversary, and thanks for taking care of the people of Bridgewater and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend my congratulations to Philip Ruiz, a resident of Central Caribou and a physiotherapist operating a successful clinic in Pictou. Philip was inducted into the Newfoundland and Labrador Soccer Hall of Fame on April 5th of this year. I applaud Philip for his extreme dedication to the sport following years of playing on school and professional soccer teams. His passion for soccer is unmatched as he continues to coach high school teams in Pictou, passing on his love for the support to the youth of our community. The athletes of our community are lucky to have a role model as committed as Philip. The incredible honour of this induction is well deserved, and I look forward to the positive effects he will have on young athletes in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to rise in my place today to congratulate a couple of former members of this House who were successful in Monday night's election. Lenore Zan in Cumberland Colchester and Chris D'Entremont in West Nova. Lenore and I were elected on the same day in the general election in 2009, and there are not a lot of us in this House who are still standing from that particular date. I'd like to congratulate all the candidates who ran, including our former colleagues Alfie MacLeod and Eddie Orrell. I always got along really well with them, and I'm going to miss them, and I wish them well in their future endeavours. I would also like to, Mr. Speaker, congratulate my MP who ran in his 10th election. He's run once provincially, 9 times federally, 8 wins. He's been a mentor to many of us here in the House. He's known for his respectful interactions with other people, his 150-plus public meetings, and I would like to congratulate him, his campaign manager, and in fact, all campaign teams. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to once again bring recognition to Michelle Kempton for organizing this year's Maritime Race Weekend, an event that takes place in picturesque Eastern Passage annually. There are 2 5-kilometre races, the sunset on Friday and the sunrise on Saturday, and the 1 coastal 10-kilometre route held this year on September 13th and 14th. Participants are encouraged to have fun and dress in pirate gear. The net proceeds coming from the Maritime Race Weekend are distributed among a number of not-for-profit charities in our community, decided on by a board of directors comprised mostly of community members, runners and professionals. The race weekend brings increase in tourism and with participants from over 18 different countries. Last week, Senator Mike MacDonald and I had the opportunity to present Michelle with the Senate 150 Award, another highly prestigious and well-deserved national award. I ask all members of the legislature to join me in once again thanking Michelle Kempton of Eastern Passage for all of her hard work and dedication in giving back to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, for the 140th time, our country's farmers took centre stage at the Digby County Exhibition. At the end of August, for 4 days, people make their way to the exhibition grounds in Bear River to watch the very popular ox and horse polls and horse shows, the 4-H competitions, and the exhibits of local produce, baking, cooking, arts, and craft. Saturday is the X-Family Day, in which, in addition to the daily activities and competitions, included a magic show, colouring contest, and games for the children. As any good host, the X does take care of its guests, serving wonderful suppers all 4 nights in the dining hall and having live music nightly. I would like to thank the organizers for their hard work that ensures the success of the exhibition, given its emphasis on local producers and local talent. Is a favorite summer stop for many of our visitors and residents. I attend accompanied by my wife and grandchildren regularly. I fully expect at some time in the future, the 2 of my grandchildren will also go to the exhibition accompanied by their children and grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, if proof is needed that cooperation between different levels of government and the greater community works, one needs to look no further than Victoria County Transit. After a need for transportation service in Victoria County was identified, a project partnership was created between the municipality of the County of Victoria and Strait Area Transit. Funding support came from the province of Nova Scotia through the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage. I'm pleased to inform members of the House that, along with supplying some much-needed employment in the area, the project has not only met the expected booking for its opening month of 60 rides, it has exceeded it by providing 170 rides in its first month and serves the entire county. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate and thank the municipality of the County of Victoria, Strait Area Transit, and the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage in bringing this project to fruition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, the Crown attorneys in Sydney Cape Breton are also picketing, but on a sidewalk too far for MLAs here to witness. Thankfully, I found evidence of their protest on a video shared through Twitter. So I want to share for the benefit of the MLAs here in the House. Picture it. A big white sign, number 1, reads, "What do you do?" The second big white sign, big black letters, says, "When the government." Number 3, the third sign, breaks the law. What do you do when the government breaks the law? I just want everyone to register what a profoundly disturbing question that is, that public servants, lawyers, are even having to ask that question. And I will note that the Canadian Bar Association, in their press release, says the constitutionality of the legislation is questionable. Thank you.
Order, please. The member's statement was okay until the last sentence, so I'm going to disallow that member's statement. The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I had the opportunity to recognize the two new MPs recently elected to represent the people of Antigonish in the ridings of Central Nova and Cape Breton Canso. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to take the opportunity to recognize my former MP, the former member for Cape Breton Canso, who represented the region since the year 2000, Mr. Speaker, through to 2019 when he decided not to reoffer. I want to thank Roger Cuzner for his service on behalf of the constituents of the riding. Indeed, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, having worked with him for the past 6 years as the MLA for Antigonish, I think he did an adequate job, Mr. Speaker. And also, Mr. Speaker, I think he'll be certainly missed as the riding representative, but also as the poet of Parliament Hill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to applaud the volunteer board members and staff of Knox United Church in Lower Sackville. Under the direction of their board and staff, Knox United Church has become a popular music venue, bringing a wide variety of musical talent to the community. Knox decided to start hosting large and small concerts because they have a great venue for the community to share and to raise extra monies for their faith and food ministries in Sackville. Although it took some time to develop, the concept has grown to bear much fruit. An example of this success is having the Men of the Deeps, you may have heard of them, lined up to perform in November for the second year in a row, and just last week the Sackville Community Band performed. Mr. Speaker, I would ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature join me in congratulating the members of the Knox Events Ministry for their continued efforts to bring entertainment to the community of Lower Sackville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to compliment Seven Arts and Pascalisi's Bistro in Greenwood on hosting a successful first Itty Bitty Bistro art show. From July the 29th to August 31st, miniature artwork was showcased at the local bistro for public viewing and purchasing in what was a truly unique event for the area. Many local artists participated in the art show, and for some, this was their first time displaying their work. All of the work was incredibly well displayed, and the pieces were absolutely phenomenal. I was extremely impressed to note that while the artist's name was attached to each piece of work, you could take a moment to actually read in depth about the author and their creations, as the organizers had so carefully thought to include this opportunity for further engagement. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Pascalisi's Bistro and Seven Arts on the phenomenally successful first Itty Bitty Bistro art show.
Thank you very much for those members' statements. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer to the members of the House to the Alex Cameron case. In this instance, Cameron, a former Department of Justice lawyer, sued the province for defamation, abuse of process, constructive dismissal, and a violation of his charter rights. The Premier claims solicitor-client privilege as the reason that he won't release information surrounding this case. But court after court has determined that the province has waived its solicitor-client privilege and that the documents in question should be unsealed. Yet at every turn, the government has appealed the decision to a higher court, and it's now taken it all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada. At what point, I'd like to ask the Premier, at what point will the Premier honour the findings of the courts, open the files, and respect Mr. Cameron's rights to defend his name.
Order, please. I'm going to disallow the question. I've been advised by the clerk that that is a matter currently before the courts, so we'll have to change the line of questioning. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I'm not asking for his legal opinion.
No.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not asking for the Premier's legal opinion. I'm asking when the Premier will allow Alex Cameron to defend his good name. The Premier has contracted private sector lawyers from Toronto to litigate.
Order, please. On the matter of the first question, I've just been advised by the clerk that it's a matter before the courts, but it's not a criminal matter, so I will allow the question to stand. You may want to just quickly repeat the question, not the preamble.
The question is, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this is the first question, no, not a supplemental, right?
First question.
This is the first question, yeah. The Premier's at what point will the Premier honour the findings of the courts and allow Mr. Cameron the ability to defend his name?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank the gentleman for the question. Mr. Speaker, that matters before the courts.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the province has contracted a private sector law firm from Toronto to litigate this action, and as the government continues to drag it out, ignoring finding after finding of the courts, they're doing so at great expense to the taxpayer. For every appeal, more and more taxpayer money is being spent to keep this government's secrets secret. Judge Beveridge wrote in his decision that the only harm I see to the applicants, to the government, is embarrassment from Mr. Cameron putting into the public domain his allegations. I like to table that for the benefit of the Premier. The only harm the Justice could see is embarrassment to the government. Taxpayer money, and the only recognized harm by the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal is embarrassment, Mr. Speaker. Why does the Premier continue to feel it's okay to spend taxpayer money just to avoid embarrassment for his government?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for the question. That matters before the courts.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, time after time, the courts have determined it should not be that the Premier should just open up his files, but the Premier's the one who insists that it stay before the courts, obviously for the reasons that the Justice outlined. Embarrassment. Early in this session, our caucus raised the issue of the legal fees, the taxpayer money the province is spending in defence. We filed a FOIPOP request. The information we were seeking was very, very specific. How much is the province of Nova Scotia paying outside legal counsel in relation to the Alex Cameron case? Mr. Speaker, we received a response to the FOIPOP. Every single word was redacted. Every single word. The claim was that the cost of the legal advice was privileged information. We already know multiple courts have said nothing is privileged in this case. I'd like to ask the Premier and give him one more opportunity to talk about at least the cost. Can he tell this House the cost that he is spending of taxpayer monies for the legal matter? Because that's not before the courts. That's before the Premier.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member would know, Mr. Speaker, it's been tradition in this province, Mr. Speaker, when there's matters before the court, that's where it stays, Mr. Speaker. The legal fees will be released after the court has been finished the court process. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, the first two answers, this matter is still before the court.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, I will table a document called an open letter to Nova Scotia union members, which the Premier signed and published in the paper in 2013. The letter says, the Nova Scotia Liberal Caucus believes in the collective bargaining process and in protecting workers' rights. Now, today, Mr. Speaker, the courts of our province are in chaos, and we're in the sad situation that prosecutors have been forced into picketing Province House together with their colleagues from Legal Aid and the Justice Department and other unions around the province, despite the fact that this is the last thing any of them want to do. Will the Premier admit that his conduct this week towards Crown attorneys is a nullification and a contradiction of the commitment he made in this open letter to the people of Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Premier.
No, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is we continue to have open, free collective bargaining. Crowns are welcome to come back to
Order, please. The Premier has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Crowns are welcome to come back to the table, Mr. Speaker, to continue what I have said, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the honourable member doesn't want to hear the facts. She wasn't here, Mr. Speaker, when the Democratic Party stripped the right away from paramedics to strike, Mr. Speaker, not in advance, Mr. Speaker, of them taking that action, Mr. Speaker, on the final day before they were about to go, Mr. Speaker. It was that party, Mr. Speaker, that took away the right to strike from paramedics. And, Mr. Speaker, I was here that day, Mr. Speaker, when every union leader in this province marched their way over to the Red Chamber, Mr. Speaker, and supported that government, Mr. Speaker, because that was then, this is now, Mr. Speaker. We have a 7% pay raise on the table, Mr. Speaker. 17% is unreasonable in any stretch of the imagination, Mr. Speaker. What about those Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, who are looking for us to provide, Mr. Speaker, supports for low-income Nova Scotians, housing, Mr. Speaker, pre-primary? Where's that funding coming from, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier refers to the history of a government elected 10 years ago. I would like to refer to the history of this government going back 5 years ago, when in 2014 this government introduced essential services legislation in Bill 37 on health care workers, which effectively eliminated in that situation, similarly, the right to a meaningful strike. Does the Premier admit, since we're thinking about history, that that action too was a nullification and a contradiction of the commitment he made in that open letter in 2013?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, only union leaders, Mr. Speaker, in the New Democratic Party believes that in this province, every healthcare worker should have the right to strike regardless, without having any essential service in place. That's exactly what you're promoting, Mr. Speaker. They have said when they were in power, Mr. Speaker, they gave them the right.
Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor. This will be the last
to strike,
time.
Mr. Speaker, without ever once worrying about patients. The fact of the matter is that bill puts the patients first and protects their right to strike.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
It has been a day, Mr. Speaker, in which a person's mind naturally runs back to the recent events of our collective bargaining history in Nova Scotia. I couldn't help but thinking that today, being with Crowns outside, not just about healthcare workers, but thinking back to that day in 2016-17 when the collective bargaining rights of teachers were overrode by legislatures. Mr. Speaker, this government created chaos precisely in the healthcare sector by undermining collective bargaining for healthcare workers. It created chaos in education by doing the very same thing for teachers, and today we're at the situation of chaos in the courts. Let me ask the Premier, what planet would a person have to be on to think of this as a government that really believes in protecting workers' rights?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind the Leader, he may have forgotten, Mr. Speaker, that the government he belonged to, Mr. Speaker, in their collective agreements with teachers, signed a 7.5% pay raise, Mr. Speaker, in 3 years, at the same time cutting $65 million out of classrooms. So let me get this straight. They took $65 million from the kids of this province so they could get a labour agreement with the NSTU, Mr. Speaker. I will not do that on behalf of our children. You may think that's okay. I don't, Mr. Speaker. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, who in their right mind believes that healthcare workers should have the right to strike regardless without any essential service? I'm standing with patients and students. They can stand with union leaders.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you put your signature on a piece of paper on a contract, you bind yourself to that contract. It's something every Nova Scotian can understand. You sign a mortgage, you sign a car loan, you undertake an obligation, and you have to live up to that obligation. Sometimes you wind up with something in the deal that you wish you didn't put in there to begin with, Mr. Speaker, but when you sign your word, you honor it. If you do your homework in advance, you can avoid those types of situations. Whether the Premier wishes something was in a contract or not, it's an obligation that he should live up to. But I'd like to ask the Premier, shouldn't the province honor any deal that it signs itself to?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, we are in an agreement, Mr. Speaker, negotiations, crowns, Mr. Speaker. We have what we believe is a reasonable offer on the table, Mr. Speaker, at 7%. We've changed, Mr. Speaker, reduced the number of steps, 17%, Mr. Speaker. No one believed that anyone would come to the bargaining table at 17% and not be willing to move. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that is just simply unaffordable for this province. If the honourable member thinks we should be signing 17% collective agreements in this province, he should stand in his place and tell the people of this province that.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there's a reason that people don't trust politicians. I present to you Exhibit A. When you,
I'd like to remind the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition it is unparliamentary to indicate that any member of this House is untrustworthy, and I'll ask you to retract that. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The province, I believe the province should honour any obligation it signs it to. If you interpreted my comments to be something otherwise, I apologize for that.
I will ask the Honourable Leader to retract the comment.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I will retract said comments, but the fact of the matter is it remains. Paul Cavaluso spoke at Law Amendments about the honour of the Crown. And now, as strike action circles the building, we have a case where people have to ask themselves, what is the value of a deal signed by this government? The fact of the matter is the biggest risk to negotiations is not knowing if your negotiating partner will honour the deal. Why would anyone or any company want to negotiate with this province faced with the precedent that this government will simply legislate itself out of any deal that it doesn't like? Who would want to do that negotiation?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank the honourable for the question, Mr. Speaker. What we're talking about is, Mr. Speaker, we have 7% on the table, Mr. Speaker, that also collapses some of the steps, Mr. Speaker, that allows substantial increases for those working, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, who wants to sign those deals, Mr. Speaker, are hard-working Nova Scotians who wish they were getting a 7.5% pay raise, not a 17%, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you who else, Mr. Speaker, wants to honor those is the young people who are choosing to live here, seeing our youth population increase in this province. Those are the people that want to be here, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, every 4-year-old in this province.
Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor. This will be the last time that I'll call order for the disrespect for this chair. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me see. Every 4-year-old, regardless of economic circumstances they are born into, have access, Mr. Speaker, to an evidence-based, play-based pre-primary program. Those people, Mr. Speaker. And let me remind the honourable members of this House, the $85 million, Mr. Speaker, that's in the pockets of low-income Nova Scotians, be the decision of this government, Mr. Speaker, is to look after all Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, not just those who are ahead by a union leader.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Happy to say, Mr. Speaker, that my question is for the Minister of Justice. The 100 Crown attorneys across the province handle about 40,000 cases each year in Nova Scotia. Their job, as we've heard, is to perform duties relating to the administration of criminal justice throughout the province and represent the interests of the general public when cases go to trial. As of this morning, they are on strike. Mr. Speaker, does the minister think that the provincial justice system can function for a single day, today, for example, without all of its Crown prosecutors?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And I want to recognize the valuable contribution that our public prosecutors make to the criminal justice system across the province, Mr. Speaker. We have a labour matter where we have a disagreement, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work with those public prosecutors and their representatives in order to find a solution.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Last I checked, it was a finance and treasury matter, but I'm glad to hear it being called a labour matter. Mr. Speaker, last week I asked the minister about the number of court cases in the province that have exceeded the thresholds for a trial within a reasonable time set out by the Supreme Court of Canada in the Jordan decision. In September, there were more than 400 cases that were potentially over these thresholds because of the backlog in our court system. And, Mr. Speaker, these are for various reasons, as the minister has pointed out, but some of these, including serious offences, may be thrown out for exceeding the threshold. With Crown prosecutors on strike, there are certain to be more delays. Mr. Speaker, what steps is the minister taking to ensure that cases delayed this month do not lead to the dismissal of very serious charges?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I responded to a previous question from my colleague in a previous question period, the numbers that my colleague has used and the way she has presented them is in fact misleading, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there are 400. The numbers are misleading, Mr. Speaker, not my colleague. The numbers, Mr. Speaker, represent multiple elements of court matters. And as I indicated previously, some of those are under warrant. Some of those are requests by defense counsels for adjournment. What I want to assure my colleague is I have asked specifically today, given today's circumstances, have any matters been compromised that are specific to Jordan? And the answer has been no.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to return to the Alex Cameron case. It's an affront to most Nova Scotians that this government is collecting money from them, taxpayer money, and using it to save itself from embarrassment, in the words of the justice there. At every turn, the government has lost in court on this case, and as the province's legal fees go up, so do Mr. Cameron's. If the province loses again, there will be a very good chance that they'll be forced to cover Mr. Cameron's costs, adding insult to injury for the taxpayers that have been footing the bill to try and prevent the embarrassment all along the way. I'd like to ask the Premier, has the government done a risk assessment that would say how much it will cost the government to cover Mr. Cameron's legal fees when they eventually lose in the Supreme Court too?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, thank the honourable member for the question. That matters before the court.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take that as a no. I'll put that in the category of course, we haven't done an assessment or have a plan. Reminds me of the Crane situation, reminds me of the Gabrielle Horn situation where the province lost at every turn, still hasn't had the decency to apologize to Dr. Horn. But as the Cameron case winds on, the Nova Scotia Court of Appeals says this government should disclose the information. The government refuses, but let me be clear. This is a government that is taking a private citizen all the way to Supreme Court of Canada just to avoid embarrassment. Can the Premier save everybody some time and money and just tell the court right now, or tell the House right now, if anyone in his government instructed Mr. Cameron to use the conquered people's argument?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, that is before the court. The honourable member stands up and uses the court when it's to his advantage, Mr. Speaker. Now he's asking me, Mr. Speaker, to make comment on something before the court. He knows that's not right, Mr. Speaker. But the reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, depending on who's in the gallery, he has a position. Then when the gallery empties and a new group shows up, he takes another position, Mr. Speaker. That's what we got here, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Justice. When it was announced that there was going to be an inquiry into the Lionel Desmond case, I know many people were relieved to finally get some answers. Unfortunately, the only news that came from the inquiry this summer was issues with the structure of it. The lawyer representing the Desmond family has said the Justice Department is trying to muzzle the inquiry by imposing unrealistic restrictions on legal fees and preparation time, and I'll table that document. An inquiry as important as this one deserves to be played fairly. My question is, the public deserves to know, why is the inquiry limiting legal prep time and only paying junior counsel rates?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. The circumstances relevant to the Desmond inquiry as we speak, Mr. Speaker, are under the care of the presiding judge, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment on those matters.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, judicial independence is important in everything the Justice Department does, but it feels especially pertinent in this situation where the province may have found as having failed to avert the tragedy that took place. The heavy-handedness with which the terms are being set raises concerns of judicial independence. The lawyer for the family has looked for assurance that the investigation is not bureaucratically or financially constrained by those who may be in conflict of interest. Keeping all of that in mind, my question for the Minister of Justice is, given that the province may be found as having failed to avert the Desmond family tragedy, is there an appearance of conflict of interest in the province setting the time and rates of counsel?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. My colleague opened the question suggesting judicial independence, Mr. Speaker. If my colleague is saying that in one portion of her question and then asking me or suggesting me to interfere with the process established and the guidance that is extended to the presiding judge in that matter, Mr. Speaker, that in itself would be judicial interference. And I'm not going to go there, Mr. Speaker. There is a competent provincial court judge hearing that matter, Mr. Speaker. We have said from the outset it would be the fall of this year before evidence was presented. That is a significant matter to address in preparing both the facilities and the participants for this unfortunate set of circumstances. But that responsibility, Mr. Speaker, lies with the presiding judge.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Justice. I have a lot of faith in our justice system, and I like to think Nova Scotians do as well. Every time we hear about a violent inmate being released, it's troubling. However, in June, when a violent inmate was released by mistake, it was incredibly concerning. One would hope that a violent inmate on remand warrant for sexual assault charges wouldn't be able to have more than 12 hours of freedom by mistake. Hearing about this incident raised almost as many concerns as it did questions. What I'd like to know from the Minister is, how was a violent inmate released by mistake?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. There are processes and procedures in place, Mr. Speaker, for the transport of prisoners and the retention of prisoners. There are times, Mr. Speaker, in the communications between the court and Sheriff Services, Mr. Speaker, that can be confusing at times. In these circumstances, the individual was released, as my colleague has indicated. We certainly acknowledge that, but that individual was later taken back into custody, Mr. Speaker, and no harm done to the public. What I do want to assure my colleague of, Mr. Speaker, is that the policies and procedures have been reviewed to ensure those matters don't repeat themselves.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, there was no harm done to any of the public. An inmate getting released by mistake is bad. The release of a violent inmate is scary. In this incident, a violent inmate was released by mistake from the Pictou Provincial Court, which is right in the middle of the town centre. This incident raises immediate public safety concerns. Unfortunately for the people of Pictou, they weren't made aware of this incident until after he was back in prison. Nova Scotians deserve to know when there is a dangerous person roaming the streets of their community and when it's happening, not after it has been dealt with. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, why was no notice given until after the inmate was back in prison?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The circumstances that my colleague has presented were reviewed by the department, and I can assure my colleague that at the first opportunity when we were able to confirm all of the circumstances, they were released.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister of Housing about the housing crisis. On Election Day in Dartmouth North, there were a significant number of residents who did not vote, not because they did not want to, but because they could not. The elevator in their 5-story building had been out of service for 5 days and will not be fixed until this Friday for a total of 9 days. Many of the residents who are older or who rely on mobility devices have not been able to leave their apartments to get groceries, fill prescriptions, or attend appointments, let alone vote, and don't even start thinking about, if there was an emergency in that building, Mr. Speaker. The current housing situation is impacting the adequacy of housing stock, as landlords have little incentive to maintain the good working order of their buildings. Renters are disempowered to demand improvements for fear of retribution, and because there's simply nowhere else for them to go. Mr. Speaker, will the minister acknowledge this extreme consequence of the state of housing in this province?
The Honourable Minister for the Nova Scotia Department of Housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. As I've said previous in this House, Mr. Speaker, we're very pleased to have signed a 10-year deal with the national government. This will bring many much-needed dollars, millions and millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, near $500 million over the next 10 years. A lot of that money is going to be invested in the housing stock that we currently have, as well as creating new opportunities for all age groups that require housing and shelter needs in this province, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, time and again we're hearing these talking points about this bilateral agreement, but we know that the first 3 years will only go to repairing housing stock, which is important, but it's not going to solve the crisis of units available for people to live in. Mr. Speaker, some of the people in this building are on a fixed income. Some of them will be among the more than 23,000 people in the province paying more than 50% of their income on rent and utilities. They, like many, many others across the province, simply cannot afford the 35, 45, and even 50% rent increases that landlords are currently serving to tenants, sometimes because they complain too much about repairs that need to get done. Mr. Speaker, surely the members of this government can understand that a vacancy rate of less than 2%, a severe lack of affordable housing, and virtually zero constraints on colossal rent hikes is an absolutely unsustainable situation. So can the minister please recognize how his government's inaction is turning a housing crisis into a potential homelessness crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognize in this government there are challenges, Mr. Speaker, because of what's not been done in the past. Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward with this agreement and with the dollars that are here. We also have programs that have been ongoing, Mr. Speaker, and because of this agreement, they are allowing us to continue that. We know that there are challenges. We will continue to work with our partners right across this province, Mr. Speaker, here in the HRM and all over Nova Scotia, to do more for housing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Justice. The province has been moving to a direct supervision model at the Central Nova Correctional Facility in Burnside and the Northeast Nova Scotia Correctional Facility in Priestfield-Pictou County. This model involved renovating the Burnside jail to remove some physical barriers in between the inmates and the officers. At various times, the officers in those facilities felt that there was a lack of safety on the job as the province sought to implement direct supervision. There have been times in the past where correction officers have refused to work because they're worried that their workplace was not safe. My question for the minister is the province meeting its goals and objectives for its transition to direct supervision?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the short answer is yes, we are. But let me elaborate, Mr. Speaker. Direct supervision is seen as a best practice across North America. Direct supervision, Mr. Speaker, allows for greater contact between offenders and our correctional workers who work within the facilities. It is proven, Mr. Speaker, to enhance safety within those facilities. It is a model that is working. It is a model that I indicated is seen as a best practice, and our correctional officers have done an admirable job in a very difficult transition through renovation and construction, and quite confident and quite satisfied with the outcomes of direct supervision and its implementation.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, we have spoken in this House on many occasions about the work-related traumas that some of our first responders experience. Correction officers experience many of the same types of trauma. They experience real danger and the fear that comes with it. They see horrible acts of violence and carnage that can result. They are locked inside with some of the worst people in our society, and many officers say the move to direct supervision can increase the likelihood of that fear and that trauma. We recognize the need for police, paramedics, and our first responders. The need is there for our officers too. My question for the minister is, what supports are in place to help prison guards cope with PTSD and other workplace traumas that they may encounter?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to recognize and emphasize the critical job and role that our corrections officers fulfill, and it is a very challenging work environment for them to work in. Our correctional officers, Mr. Speaker, have access to all of those programs and services within the provincial health care plan. They are civil servants, Mr. Speaker. We work very close, Mr. Speaker, with the leadership of their labour representative. These are discussions that we have on a constant basis, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure my colleague we have the best interests of our correctional officers in mind and continue to provide them the support that they need to fulfill their job role and to do the work that they do in a very difficult environment.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
My question is to the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, in the spring, our very own Crown attorneys, many who are outside of this House today, from across the province, began sounding the alarm on the very real impacts of the Jordan decision. As the Minister knows, the Jordan decision sets some hard limits on the time it can take to bring a case to court. If these cases are not heard as quickly as required under Jordan, alleged offenders are set free. In many jurisdictions, this has led to Crowns choosing not to prosecute petty crimes like shoplifting and fraud under $200. This is obviously concerning, but a limited number of Crowns and a limited number of courts are getting squeezed under Jordan. My question for the Minister of Justice is, are there these types of petty crimes seeing the courtroom, or does Nova Scotia let some of these alleged offenders walk under the Jordan decision?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know if my colleague is referring to specific cases, but I would be troubled to think that matters of petty crime and theft under $200 are before our court systems. We have the most viable, the most highly recognized restorative justice program seen and recognized domestically within the country and internationally, Mr. Speaker, as a model of resolution. I would be very concerned to think that those are the types of matters my colleague is focused on. We're very aware of the Jordan decisions, Mr. Speaker. We're very much aware of the pressures that applies. We've worked diligently within the Criminal Justice Transformation Group that has representatives from all of our stakeholders within the criminal justice system. We have applied a tracker system, Mr. Speaker, an electronic tracker system of these files. We are very much aware of those files that are hitting thresholds, Mr. Speaker, and through the cooperation of those in the judiciary, those files are prioritized within the court process.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, there was the broken window theory that was popular among criminologists for a while. And part of that theory was if police focus on minor crimes or disorderly crimes, it would create an atmosphere of order and lawfulness. Broken windows has its detractors, and they have valid points. But I think any parent would agree that misbehavior that goes without consequence is misbehavior that is encouraged. Which brings me to my chief concern about the implications of the Jordan, that small crimes committed with consequence only stand to embolden criminals. My question, is the minister concerned that failing to prosecute and punish petty crimes is only leading to criminal escalation?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, what my colleague is talking about are the very principles of the restorative justice model that Nova Scotia is renowned for worldwide. I don't understand where my colleague is coming from. These matters should not be before the court, Mr. Speaker. It has been proven by research that attention to at the local level, Mr. Speaker, at the community level, to engage both offender and victim, those involved in the criminal justice system, to resolve those issues, Mr. Speaker, actually finds greater outcomes for those individuals who were committing those petty crimes. And I want to remind this legislature, Mr. Speaker, and I say this respectfully, it has been a progressive Conservative government in the past that has focused on tough on crime. That's why we're experiencing the circumstances that my colleague speaks about, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Justice. Many of you know in this House that I've been meeting with victims of sexualized human trafficking and their families. Their stories are certainly heartbreaking, terrifying, and, to be quite honest, unacceptable. Often after being introduced to criminal behavior, these victims have had a hard time escaping criminal life. In one instance, I heard of a victim who has since ended up being incarcerated. Due to there only being one floor in Burnside for women, she is on the same floor as the woman who tortured her, who brainwashed her, and who brought her life down a tragic path. So my question for the Minister of Justice, what steps does the Department of Justice take to ensure victims are not incarcerated in the same facility as those who have committed crimes against them?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a process within our correctional facilities that address these very circumstances, Mr. Speaker. It is about the safety of our inmates as well, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that any external threats or intimidations aren't brought into or perpetuated within our facilities, Mr. Speaker. Those are processes that our correctional teams work through when individuals are admitted within the facilities. If my colleague is aware of individual circumstances, Mr. Speaker, I would rather that I know those at the earliest opportunity so that I can work with my colleague to ensure that those matters aren't present and ongoing.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
In 2016, Mr. Speaker, when a patient was shackled to her bed at Dartmouth General Hospital, the then Minister of Justice stepped in and had her staff look into the matter, and I'll table this story. Mr. Speaker, I draw a comparison between that case and this incarcerated victim of human trafficking, because being imprisoned on the same floor as the person who has caused her life so much pain is equivalent to being shackled to a bed. The crimes committed against this woman were horrific. She is living with the fallout of them, but she should not have to live in close proximity to someone who abused her. Is this really what we want to see in Nova Scotia? No, I don't think so. So I kindly ask the Minister to please commit to working with me to ensure that this victim of sexualized human trafficking does not have to live in fear of encountering her abuser.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to say that if these circumstances are occurring, as my colleague has suggested, to wait and bring them to the floor of the legislature for political value, Mr. Speaker, I have to.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Justice has the floor.
Circumstances are occurring, Mr. Speaker. I would only hope that my colleague, any colleague who is aware or believes those circumstances are happening, Mr. Speaker, would bring them to my earliest attention so we can mitigate and prevent those behaviours and circumstances from happening. I'm more than prepared to work with my colleague, Mr. Speaker, but this is unacceptable that to allow an alleged victim to continue to suffer under those circumstances, this is not the place for that, Mr. Speaker. This member, more than anyone in opposition, knows she can speak to me directly at the earliest opportunity.
The honourable member for Halifax
Needham. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Housing. The housing crisis is creeping further and further afield. Recently, the village of Shettycamp made the news for their dire situation. A councillor said of the housing shortage, it is killing our economy. And at the same time, if we don't have housing, we will not grow as a community. The situation is not only forcing people to leave, and I'll table that. The situation is not only forcing people to leave, but it's preventing people from moving to Shettycamp in the first place. And it's not the only place that's facing this situation. Mr. Speaker, will the minister acknowledge that the housing crisis is preventing our rural areas from growing and thriving?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I am aware of the article that she has tabled, and I can say that we will continue to work with the municipality, the County of Inverness, and the folks in and around Shettycamp. We understand the situation that they're in, Mr. Speaker, and we're certainly willing to have conversations to see if there's anything at all that we can do by way of partnering with those community organizations and others, Mr. Speaker, and or that municipality to offer more housing needs for those in that area. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my next question is for the Minister of Business. Communities across the province are facing a similar situation as Shettycamp. The explosion of short-term rentals in Badek, Mabou, Wolfville, and other communities is worsening the problem of lack of affordable housing and lack of housing for people across the income spectrums. I know that the Minister's department is consulting on what will be included in short-term rental regulations, but those consultations were meant to happen from June to September, and at least one active community group, Neighbours Speak Up, which formed in my constituency as a result of the explosion of short-term rentals, has been able to get no information despite repeated attempts. Mr. Speaker, can the minister confirm that no consultations have taken place with community groups such as Neighbours Speak Up in the development of regulations of short-term rentals?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Officially, I can confirm what conversations 100% taken place. I know that we have to be ready with this legislation and the associated regs that are going to wrap around that by April 1st. That's been the commitment, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, and quite frankly, the members brought to the floor of the legislature many times, we're certainly monitoring, concerned about the impact on the housing stock when it relates to the sharing economy and the short-term accommodations reality that's out there, Mr. Speaker. And again, that's why I do support and I'm proud of the information that we're going to pull in by way of the registration system, because we need that data. And I think that many of the things the member highlights, not only here in the Peninsula and in Metro, but in the rural communities that she just listed, if this is going to have an impact on the housing stock, we want to know that, and this data will give us that information. Thanks.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, no doubt the Minister has been hearing for at least a few weeks about the livestock feed shortage facing Nova Scotia farmers, and I'd like to table a story from yesterday about that. Mr. Speaker, with recent storms damaging crops, a cold, wet spring, and now a wet fall, feed will be in short supply, and this could present a challenge to farmers across the province. So, my question, Mr. Speaker, for the Minister is simply this. What discussions has the Minister had with farmers and other regional ministers of agriculture on this pressing issue?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much. We've had our staff in the field talking to farmers regarding this problem. It's not widespread through the province, as certain areas have been really badly hit, and others have very minimum damage. So we'll continue that investigation. Once that is finished, then we'll see what we can do to help the farmers.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer. Chris Van de Heuvel, owner of Fireblade Holsteins in Port Hood, has said he's looking to have to replace 700 tons of forage. He said that would require in the vicinity of $100,000 to buy and ship forage into the province, and it may not even be available in Nova Scotia. And this issue is not affecting just Nova Scotia, but the other provinces as well. And I know the province is already looking at mitigating the cost of recent storm damage in other areas. My question for the Minister is, will the Minister consider potential assistance in the form of one-time emergency help so livestock such as the dairy cattle in Cape Breton are not left to starve this winter?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much. As I've already said in my first answer, we're investigating the situation. We'll take whatever steps are necessary when the time comes when we get all the information.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment. In late August, HRM issued a risk advisory regarding Barry's Run in Dartmouth East, and I'll table that. Samples taken from municipally owned lands found high levels of arsenic in the sediments, and Mr. Speaker, they are both high enough to pose health risks and raise some major concerns. Though Montague Mines has been closed and it's currently owned by the province, the legacy of contamination in the surrounding areas is a testament of previous poor regulation and lack of environmental consideration. Barry's Run has been regularly used by the residents of Dartmouth. So my question is this, can the Minister provide an update? When can residents of Dartmouth East expect to see the end of risk advisories for Barry's Run? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I thank you very much for the question. It's important to raise the awareness of drinking water. I certainly think it's an important one for all Nova Scotians. So any time there's a situation where we have, be it a gold mine or be it whatever would cause contamination, our department takes that very seriously. We monitor these situations on a daily basis sometimes, but certainly on a regular basis in this case. And certainly as far as what the situation is in that area, I'll endeavour to get an update for the member as soon as possible.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly the residents of Dartmouth East would appreciate that update. Barry's Run, Mr. Speaker, feeds into Lake Charles. And many Dartmouth East constituents have shared their concerns with me regarding the safety of that lake. There are concerns for the lake due to other sediment sources, specifically from a quarry in the area that has sediment runoff going into Lake Charles. The constituents of Dartmouth East want to know that the lakes of Dartmouth are in the best shape that they can be. So my question is this, can the Minister clarify as to what testing Lake Charles has undergone to date as a result of the risk advisory, and when can my constituents expect to see those results? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Again, I thank the member for the question. I certainly do understand the situation with the Dartmouth Lakes. We have a lot of, I think, very proactive people in the Dartmouth area that have been working very closely with the community. I've recently met with some of my colleagues across the floor with the NDP and regarding concerns that they have in the Dartmouth area, and I thank them for what they brought forward. Certainly we as a department take it very seriously again, and I encourage all Nova Scotians anytime they see problems with drinking water anywhere to report it. We monitor these situations, and I will get an update for the member as soon as possible.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Education. Mr. Speaker, a 5-year-old in my constituency is a type 1 diabetic and requires an insulin pump with a precise dosage. Until recently, this child's teaching assistant would confirm the pump's recommended dose with the parents based on the day's activities in school. The parents would adjust the recommendation if necessary, and the teacher's assistant would administer. But last week, the parents were advised by the school administration that there would be no more contact between the parents and the TA during the school day, and no more review and adjustment of the dosage. My question, Mr. Speaker, is it the policy of the RCEs or the department that there should be no contact between TAs and parents during the school day, even if it's a medical necessity?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We would not have a policy in that regard. I'm not sure of the specific context or instances of this particular situation, but I'm happy to meet with a member or chat outside of the chamber about this and see if we can get an answer for him.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The parents of this child feel that the arrangement with the TA worked best for the health of their child. The recommended dose of insulin was not always reliable based on whatever had happened during the day. Until technology advances to the point where less human intervention is required, these parents feel that having the TA check in with them provides safety for their child and reduces any potential liability for other parties. The constituents' concerns is that an all-or-nothing approach does not make room for common sense, and that diabetic technology is progressing at such a pace that RCA and departmental policies may not be able to keep up with this. Will the minister commit, first of all, to meet with me, which he has, thank you very much, but also to review the existing policies to see if they can be updated?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I'm very interested in getting more details on this particular case. Our goal in the Department of Education is to make sure every student in our system is taken care of. Their needs are taken care of, even when those needs exist beyond the education system itself. That's why we've invested so much money in the education system, Mr. Speaker. That's why we do have the Nova Scotia insulin pump program to make sure that these pumps, which are life-saving, are provided to all of our income-eligible students within the system, and it's why we've increased the investments in education to the extent that we have, which include more nurses in our education system.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister responsible for housing. Mr. Speaker, while we recognize the recent announcement of increased funding to the critical state of affordable housing in our province, Nova Scotians are still dealing with problems between now and the carrying out of improvements. More and more, we are seeing the placement of individuals that are not yet a part of our senior community placed in senior housing facilities. The negative implications of these placements are making life difficult for some seniors that have been living in these residencies for many years. Question to the Minister: is the Minister aware of these types of practices being put in place in many of our constituencies across the province due to the critical shortage of affordable housing?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for Pictou Centre for that question. As he may realise, he's been around the House for a few years now. I'm in my 14th year, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you, working within my constituency, it's not uncommon practice for those under the age of 58, which is the guideline. I think, I'm not even sure if it's a policy, but I know it's a guideline for those placed in some of our senior housing residences, Mr. Speaker, but there are times and circumstances, which I'm sure the member is certainly aware of. We would all have those walk into our constituency offices, Mr. Speaker, that housing needs are more urgent, and sometimes we certainly fulfill those needs by placements where there may be vacancies in our certain areas, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister: will the Minister commit to looking into these situations and try to come up with a solution that will make it unnecessary to have anyone under the proper age permitted in these senior facilities?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure you and all members of this House we are always looking at what is going on in housing, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you very much. The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
I rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in question period, the Minister of Justice suggested that I was using numbers in a misleading way. My question contained the statistic of over 400 cases in September of 2019 that were beyond the threshold for unreasonable delay set out by the Supreme Court of Canada in the Jordan decision. That number, Mr. Speaker, came from a document obtained by our caucus from the Department of Justice in response to a Freedom of Information request. That document has previously been tabled in this chamber. In my question, I noted that while there may be many reasons for this delay, at least some cases may be thrown out. This is accurate. My understanding is that to cast aspersions on a member in this way is unparliamentary, and I ask that the minister retract his statement.
Thank you very much for raising the point of order. However, I'm interpreting that as a disagreement of facts. We'll move on to opposition business. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call bills for second reading.
We'll now call bills for second reading.
Bill number 210, which is an act to amend the Health Protection Act.
We'll now call bill number 210. The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to stand today and speak to Bill 210, an act to amend the Health Protection Act. The Progressive Conservative Caucus and I care about the children and the families in the province of Cross, Nova Scotia. We propose this amendment today because we believe that more illnesses and disease can be prevented in this province. We care. Vaccines provide protection. Vaccines prevent disease and prevent illness. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, it's always better to prevent a disease than rather to have to treat it after it occurs. Diseases that used to be common in this country and around the world included polio, measles, diphtheria, pertussis, which is whooping cough, rubella, or German measles, mumps, tetanus, Haemophilus, influenza B, or Hib vaccine. All of these diseases can now be prevented through vaccination. So why is this bill necessary now? Why is our caucus presenting this amendment to the Health Protection Act? And it's because, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing a decline in the vaccination rates of our children, of our babies, and of our children in this province. And we believe it's due to what's called vaccine hesitancy. Vaccine hesitancy is referred to by the World Health Organization as one of the 10 greatest global threats. And it means that people are reluctant or refuse to be vaccinated or to have their own children vaccinated. It's not clear 100%, Mr. Speaker, what is causing vaccine hesitancy, but many people believe it's due to anti-vaccine messaging that is found very common in social media. Health-related misconceptions, misinformation, and disinformation spread over social media, posing a threat to our public health. Many of this disinformation is questioning if vaccines are safe. And certainly, I want to assure the public, Mr. Speaker, that vaccines are safe. The FDA and the Centre for Disease Control ensure that vaccines are only placed on the market after extensive research and safety protocols are followed. In fact, certain diseases are becoming very rare across the world because of vaccination, and one example that we see is polio. Polio is almost completely eradicated throughout the world. And I'm very thankful to be a member of Rotary International, and they're playing a very large role, Mr. Speaker, in helping to eradicate polio across the world. Millions and millions and millions of dollars have been spent, and we're almost there. It's almost completely. It's only found in 3 countries in the world right now, and in very, very low amounts. So, Mr. Speaker, what would happen if we stopped vaccinating? Or what would happen if we ignored the fact that our vaccination rates are dropping? Well, Japan actually found that out. In 1974, Japan had a successful pertussis whooping cough vaccination program with over 80% of their children being vaccinated. There were no deaths from this disease until rumors started spreading that the pertussis vaccine was no longer needed. Vaccination rates dropped, and in 1979, only 5 years later, Japan suffered a pertussis epidemic with more than 13,000 cases and 41 deaths. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, losing your child to a death from a disease that was preventable with an easy injection of a vaccine? Now, I say easy. Any nurse or doctor trying to actually give a vaccination to an 18-month-old or even a 12-month-old can, or even a 4 or 5-year-old can sometimes be challenging. But it's a very small feat when you think of preventing a death and preventing illness, Mr. Speaker. Now, some anti-vaxxers and people against vaccination will say that it's a violation or for us to, against their individual rights, to force a vaccination program. And we're not completely forcing, Mr. Speaker, but we are saying that in order for a child to enter the public school system, that they must be vaccinated against known and preventable illnesses. Public health programs, such as vaccination programs, are designed to protect the public, to protect the health of everyone. For vaccines do not only protect yourself, but they protect the people around you. And a great example, and one that's very timely, is the flu vaccine, Mr. Speaker. That's why we ask all healthcare providers to be vaccinated against the influenza virus, to protect not only themselves, but also to protect the patients, that many are immunocompromised, the people that they are working with. So it's a good reminder, Mr. Speaker, that vaccination is to protect yourself and your children, but also those around you as well. So while we recognize the confusion, that there is confusion in the messaging, we know that vaccines are safe and that we must do all that we can to protect our children. And we're presenting this bill as the Progressive Conservative Caucus because we care about our children and we care about the families in this province. The vaccination schedule, Mr. Speaker, starts with a baby at the age of 2 months, then again at 4 months and 6 months, where they're given a needle that covers them for diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, and polio, and also Haemophilus B. And then again at 12 months, they're protected. They're given a vaccination for mumps, measles, and rubella, and varicella. And then again at 18 months, and then again right before they go to school, Mr. Speaker, they are again vaccinated. Previously, when I've spoke to this bill, I mentioned that we have the second lowest vaccination rates in Canada. And again, that has led us to presenting this bill and why we believe it's a very important public health issue. We have the second lowest vaccination rates in the country. The only one lower is Nunavut. Again, this bill is important in order to protect our children and to protect the public. Anyone that's listening and wants to know more about vaccination information should go to the website for Centre for Disease Control. And it's a very reliable source, because we all know there's a lot of unreliable sources for information out there on the internet. But certainly the Centre for Disease Control is the internet site that I always recommend to patients and to the public. And in fact, whenever I knew someone was traveling, if I was seeing a patient that was traveling, I always would recommend going to that website and typing in the country that they're traveling to and looking up what are the diseases most prevalent in that country and what vaccinations should they be making sure that they receive before they travel to that country. And keeping in mind, we've seen an outbreak of disease of measles right here in our province and in neighboring provinces. And again, that has put more of a focus on the importance of prevention and ensuring that vaccination occurs. I want to talk about one issue that's related to lack of vaccination, and that's in relation to child poverty in this province. We all know that disease and illness causes physical, emotional, and financial pain, and illness, if a child is ill, is a contributing factor to poverty and financial pain in families in this province. And what made me think of this, I just recently received a message from a child psychiatrist that I know, and she sent me an article, Mr. Speaker, and I can table it. It's called The Foundation of Wisdom, quote, I don't know. And it talks about the importance, the issue was around the complex problem of child poverty. And the essence of the article is, bottom line is we all don't know what are the ultimate solutions, how to reduce and completely eradicate child poverty. And the article goes on to say we need to learn to say, I don't know. And then we're admitting that we need to seek more understanding to the problems that exist. And I agree with this article, but I want to emphasize we do know what prevents certain diseases like polio, like pertussis, like measles. And Mr. Speaker, when we know better, we must do better. And we must ensure that we do what we can. We know we can prevent these diseases, so let's ensure that the children of this province get the protection that they deserve and that they need. I'll table that. Thank you. But one issue that we do need to address if we're going to work on ensuring that more children are vaccinated in this province is to make sure that they do have access to getting these vaccinations. We all know, we've debated in this chamber so many times about the challenge with lack of access to primary care. But we do have, and I know our Minister of Health brought this up the other day, we do have public health nurses that provide excellent service in this province and access to our vaccination programs. But they're not always, the public's not always well aware of the services that they provide. And I know in my area, in Cumberland North, sometimes there are babies born that do not, there is no family physician or nurse practitioner for them, Mr. Speaker, and they're sent home without a primary care provider. And unless a public health nurse is linked directly with that family, there's a chance that that family and that baby's going to go home and not have proper vaccination at the 2, 4, 6 month of age. So I do think that part of our solution in addressing the lower vaccination rates in this province must include a plan and working towards solutions to ensuring that everyone does have access to the vaccinations and to primary care. One sort of deficit in our system right now between public health and with our primary care providers is an effective electronic medical record system or recall system. And I know in one of the clinics that I used to work in, we used our electronic medical record to recall any children, any infants that did not have their vaccinations and immunizations up to date, and then we would get the staff to call the parents and ask them to remind them to bring their children in so that they did not get too far behind on their vaccination systems. And I know we say, well, parents shouldn't have to be reminded. We need to all be responsible. But life can get busy and many things can distract us. And I think we need to do everything we can to help and support families to ensure that a simple act of vaccination that can prevent serious and significant disease, that we do all that we can to ensure that that is done and done properly. So I would love to see an improvement in our database and electronic medical record system and some sort of a connection between our family physicians and primary care providers and our public health offices throughout Nova Scotia. Even if our public health offices were all connected and had a strong system, that alone, that as well would be very significant as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I do want to just again emphasize that our Progressive Conservative caucus, our team strongly, we hope that our colleagues in the House will support this amendment to the Health Protection Act and ensure that children, babies, that our babies, our children, will get the protection that they need, deserve, so that we can do all that we can to prevent illness and possible death in our communities, to protect them and to protect their fellow students throughout the school system. We want to see an improvement. We want to see an increase in the vaccination rates in this province, and we want to make sure that we're not just on par with the rest of Canada, Mr. Speaker, but I would love to see that we're actually leading the country and start setting our goals high, that in the area of health and improving areas in population health in areas such as vaccination programs, that we should be striving for more. We should be striving for, we should be setting our bar higher and trying to do all that we can, Mr. Speaker, to protect our children, to protect the lives of our families here in this province. And on that note, I will close and move on to one of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a quick reminder to all members when speaking, please refer your comments to the chair and not to the public or the viewing public. Thank you. For Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to rise and speak to this bill. I'll start by saying that our caucus agrees with this bill in principle. Immunization is a crucial way to protect our kids and our communities, and we need to ensure that all families have access to the medical care that they need to be healthy and happy. However, many people face barriers to getting their kids vaccinated, and if we want to increase the proportion of children in our schools who have all of their vaccinations, we need to be looking at the root causes. Scheduling immunizations without a family doctor can be frustrating for many parents. Many families are delayed in getting their kids vaccinated because they don't have a primary care provider and they aren't sure where else to go. Some walk-in clinics offer infant vaccinations, but families don't know which clinics these are and have to call around to find out. People who live in rural areas, Mr. Speaker, who don't have a family doctor also face barriers. Without a nearby clinic, it can take weeks or even months to get an appointment. If we want to improve our immunization rates for young children, we need to make sure that parents have access to supports like public health nurses. In some communities, there is a stigma against immunization in general. That stigma needs to be addressed thoughtfully in order to raise the immunization rate. On top of addressing the existing barriers to access, Nova Scotia also needs to develop a better system of monitoring immunizations. Earlier this year, Dr. Robert Strang, the Chief Medical Officer of Health, told journalists that we need a better system for tracking immunizations. He said that if Nova Scotia wanted to implement a similar policy to New Brunswick and Ontario, we'd need to update how we monitor who has what vaccines. Mr. Speaker, currently most of the information about which vaccines children have received is blurry. Many families don't know their vaccination status, haven't kept records. Some family doctors don't even have great records of vaccines either. Public health officials have been relying on parents' recall, and those memories can be cloudy, especially because they're from a time in life when things are very hectic for young families. An added bonus of an updated immunization record system would be better data to determine which areas of the province are more vulnerable to outbreaks because of low vaccination levels. And this can only be a good thing. And on a personal note, Mr. Speaker, when kids are getting ready to go off to university, it is a bit of a crazy time, and that's one thing that's required is your vaccination record. So if parents don't keep that and live in a different community, it really can prove difficult. So just a note to people with small children, it's good to be able to put your hand right on that vaccination record because it can delay the process. While we're talking about vaccinations for kids that are covered by our healthcare system, it's hard to ignore the fact that there are many important vaccinations that remain out of reach for Nova Scotians because of their cost. Things like the improved shingles vaccine, which could help prevent this debilitating disease in people who have had the chicken pox. And there's also other solutions, Mr. Speaker, we could be considering just beyond requiring vaccinations to be mandatory for school children. We could have more public health nurses administering vaccines, home visits, more clinics especially for low-income communities, so that these clinics can get to them rather than these low-income communities trying to get to the clinic. I'm sure there's plenty of other ideas, and I hope that we can all take some time to think about and work together to expand access to ensure that everyone in our province is prevented from infectious disease. Thank you.
The member for Hants East. The member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak for a few minutes on the bill before us. Mr. Speaker, both as a citizen, Mr. Speaker, and representative of the people of Antigonish, and indeed in my other role as the Minister of Health and Wellness, this topic covered by this piece of legislation that is about the important role vaccinations play and vaccines play in maintaining our health as both as individuals and indeed as a population. I appreciate the comments that have already been shared by the members of the PC and NDP caucuses thus far. Because I think one of the most important things that's taking place as a result of debate on this piece of legislation is a public discussion, Mr. Speaker. The discussion to be had, as others have already commented on, one of the challenges taking place that we're seeing in recent years around vaccinations are challenges with some people questioning the efficacy or the safety of vaccines. And Mr. Speaker, that has resulted in really two camps of population. Some are being classified and really the first identified with a terminology of anti-vaxxers, individuals who are actually opposed to vaccination. Their individual motivations and reasons for the concerns may be varied, but the principal characteristic there is that they actively work to campaign against the use of vaccinations in the population. What has materialized from those efforts is that there's a growing question and perhaps distrust in other parts of the population by many other people who may generally believe in the efficacy and the value. They trust the advice that comes from health departments and public health officials that make it very clear that vaccines are safe, that they do provide an important medical treatment for the individuals who receive them, to prevent or at least increase the resistance within the individual for the condition for which the vaccine is intended. But in addition to protecting the individuals, Mr. Speaker, these vaccines, as more and more people in the population receive them, they help protect others who are more vulnerable within the population and the broader population. Because as we as individuals have a greater resistance to the conditions, the opportunities for these viruses to proliferate throughout our society are reduced. Mr. Speaker, there's a significant amount of research around this and this notion of vaccine hesitancy, where people may believe that they're the appropriate thing, believe the advice. There's research I've read, upwards of 60 to 80% of parents do believe in vaccination, and yet there's a significant portion of the same population who also are willing to indicate that, you know what, while we believe it, I still have some questions, and sometimes may not pursue the vaccination for themselves or their children. that, Mr. Speaker, is the second category of the population, and perhaps one that some public health officials are now actually more concerned about, and that is the growing population being recognized as vaccine hesitant. And Mr. Speaker, those are the people who aren't out with a strong position opposing vaccinations, but they're people who are being exposed to information, often information online through social media, that may link back to information, often debunked information through and debunked by peer-reviewed scientific studies, but information that manifests itself, continues to proliferate through the internet. You see it in social media, and as you continue to get bombarded, people start to question. They question the information that's being provided by governments, by public health officials. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a clinician. I stand here answering questions from my colleagues day in, day out, today being the exception. Thank you very much. But, Mr. Speaker, they were just giving me the opportunity. They knew they only want to listen to me for so long. I understand that. They knew I'd be getting up to speak to this bill. But Mr. Speaker, the seriousness is that, in seriousness, the fact is, as that information is out there, parents are busy. Nova Scotians, Canadians, citizens throughout the world are very busy. They get exposed to information and they don't necessarily have the time to dig into the information, to look up the peer-reviewed clinical and academic research that's been rigorously reviewed and assessed. But within that, Mr. Speaker, that's where that hesitancy comes from. So I think one of the greatest things about this bill, this opportunity we've had media coverage, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition, after tabling the bill, spoke to the media. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Health and Wellness, media looked to me for some commentary on the day the bill was tabled outside of this chamber. That resulted in a number of media stories being covered, including this one that makes reference to it. One of the challenges noted even by the individual who tabled this bill, Mr. Speaker, noted in the article, is that the bill itself is not sufficient. There's a lot of work. It's absolutely fine to say that, the principle of the bill. We want to pursue mandatory vaccinations because really it's what's underpinning that, which is we want to protect our children. We want to protect our vulnerable citizens of the population, and we do that by, in part, vaccinating them as individuals, but also for the collective. And Mr. Speaker, that's fine, but there is a lot of work beyond this piece of proposed legislation that we're discussing here today, and that is how to operationalize that. Some of the recommendation is to get doctor's notes. Well, we've had discussions here in question period, Mr. Speaker, about the challenges of programs that I believe were designed with good intentions. That would be things like sick notes from employers. And we understand now what the unintended consequences of programs like that have in terms of the pressures on frontline healthcare workers who proceed with these activities. So pulling together the records for individuals to fulfill the requirements operationally of the bill becomes challenging. So as the Leader of the Opposition in his media comments rightly highlighted, there is much more work to do beyond just the bill as it's tabled. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there's much question. I know there's research out of Europe that looked at a comparator of mandatory and recommended vaccination in the European Union. Mr. Speaker, in this particular research published on May 31st, 2012, it looks at many different jurisdictions and whether they require or mandate the vaccinations, the overall conclusion is that really having strong communication, public awareness, tracking, and so on, things that members opposite have discussed as well as important features. Those, Mr. Speaker, more so than a mandatory space, seemed to be the outcome of that particular research. And while it's not a unanimous consensus amongst public health officials about the role of mandatory story versus continuing a very positive, proactive tracking, reporting, education about vaccines and the importance of keeping your vaccines up to date. That seems to be the side that many public health officials continue to suggest as the optimal approach to increase vaccination rates throughout, well, not just throughout our country, Mr. Speaker. As noted, this is research that's being conducted in Europe as well. These are concerns throughout the world. Mr. Speaker, as we know, again, when we look at why people are not necessarily, or why there's a reduced amount of vaccination participation in our population, I think part of it, that apathy that I'd mentioned and that vaccine hesitancy, I've noted the concerns around proliferation of perhaps misleading and active campaigns to undermine the science, the accepted science of our clinical experts and public health officials, that is having an impact through the power of, again, often social media. That the reality is another contributing factor seems to be apathy. Apathy within the populace. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, I'll date myself here a little bit. There are many members here, I suspect, if when they roll up their sleeves later this week to receive their flu shot here in the legislature. I believe we'll be having a clinic on Friday for the members that aren't aware. But when they roll up their sleeves, I suspect, based upon the demographics of my colleagues here, many will have a little indent on their arm where they received their polio vaccine, Mr. Speaker. I'll date myself, I do not. I do remember seeing that, Mr. Speaker, and learning about it as a child with parents and aunts and uncles, during the summer where the arms would be exposed and you would see it, and it would, as a child, it would draw attention, and then they would talk about it. I remember having a book, Mr. Speaker, as a child that looked at the development of a rabies vaccine. It was believe it or not, a children's book through the identification and the discovery of that particular treatment. And Mr. Speaker, there seemed to be, certainly during my time growing up in the 80s, a public awareness of the importance. I remember a bit younger when there was a meningitis outbreak, Mr. Speaker, and the large public response as a child. The very concerning nature and coming to an awareness that this vaccine that we hadn't necessarily been treated with could have prevented, and there were deaths, Mr. Speaker, of youth within the province and in other jurisdictions. So it was very much part of the social conscience, the public conscience, of the importance and the valuable role and the protection that vaccines provided. But I believe perhaps the apathy that has been occurring is, as members previously noted, some of these vaccines and the strength of the public programs to promote and the public participation in these programs in the 60s and 70s through the 80s actually eliminated or virtually eliminated in many parts of the world many conditions. And so we forget, Mr. Speaker, it leaves the public conscience in many people who don't realize the impacts, the negative impacts on the health, and indeed in some cases even leading to the death of our loved ones. So I think that's where some of that apathy comes from. And again, research, Mr. Speaker, published in April of 2018 in CMAJ, Vaccinating in the Age of Apathy, measles vaccination in Canada, 1963 through 1998. And again, the conclusion is very clear that experts have pinpointed apathy as a key factor in the ongoing battle to eliminate measles transmission through universal vaccinations. And that, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned previously, quote, could be related to what is now labeled as vaccine hesitancy. And Mr. Speaker, the conclusions go on to indicate, and I quote, the situation is further complicated by the general erosion of social trust in experts and lack of education about and promotion of vaccines. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I think it's well noted that, again, this conversation and the importance of building participation in our vaccine programs, we want to encourage. And I think all members here, I'd encourage, if you put out pamphlets, news pamphlets, feel free to reach out to the Public Health Office. We can provide you information to distribute to your constituents to help inform. That's vaccines for our family. The recommended vaccine schedule is available online. There's apps that can actually help you track the vaccine schedule, Mr. Speaker, give you reminders for your youth. I want to remind people, too, we talked a lot about youth here and the youth vaccination rates, but, Mr. Speaker, don't forget some conditions we're supposed to get vaccine boosters as well. So as adults, don't forget to get your updated shots. This is a great opportunity for that. And indeed, as I mentioned briefly earlier, the flu season is upon us. Members' offices have cited the vaccine coverage in Canadian children, immunization coverage, the 2013 survey that got published in 2017 nationally noted that for some vaccines we have low rates in Nova Scotia. It also, Mr. Speaker, recognizes that we actually, as a province, actually have some of the best influenza vaccination rates in the country. Let's keep that up this year. Let's continue to improve because we still only reach about 40% of our population. Let's make it better this year. Get out, get your vaccination, Mr. Speaker, and I think all members here on Friday will be having a flu vaccination clinic. Encourage all my members, wear a T-shirt and get your shot. Thank you.
Well done.
I thank the member from Antigonish for that very informative speech. I recognize the member from Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I want to thank my colleague from Cumberland North, my colleague from Cape Breton Centre, and of course the Minister of Health for their opening remarks. Now, while the Minister may defend the status quo as it pertains to vaccinations, we on the other side in this caucus believe that mandatory vaccination in public schools is imperative. It's critical. Many years ago, Mr. Speaker, when I was getting my daughter ready for school, she was in a program called Grandir en Français, which is more or less at the time the pre-primary program with the CSAP. It was a very busy morning getting my kids ready and, of course, making some toast. And I almost put that peanut butter on the toast, but, Mr. Speaker, I stopped because, of course, we know the policies on peanut butter that we have in our public systems. So I got the wow butter out. Slapped the wow butter onto the toast. She had breakfast. Away we went to school. I get to my high school. I start to teach my class, and then I get a call from the office saying I have to call my daughter's school. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, Mr. Speaker, what's going on? And so I call the school, and they say, you have to get over here right now. We need to have a talk. I'm like, holy moly, what's going on here? And I get to the school, and the ECE tells me that there's peanut butter on the side of her mouth. And I said, that's not peanut butter, that's wow butter. And she goes, well, we don't know that. And so we had to contain her and isolate her. So I found my daughter in the other classroom, isolated. And I explained to her, Mr. Speaker, that, you know what, this is on me. It's not on you. And you know what? While you didn't have peanut butter, they don't know that. And here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. What I'm trying to say is we don't let kids go to school with a scent that could hurt others, that could bother others. We don't let them go to school with peanut butter, but we could allow them to go to school with diphtheria. Let's stop and think about that for a moment. We have made enormous gains, Mr. Speaker, in the last 10 or 15 years in making sure people are mindful that it's just not about you. It's about community. I think we've made a lot of gains, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the notion that we have to always ask ourselves, how does my behavior impact my fellow citizen? So Bill 210, an act to amend the Health Protection Act, is a very simple bill. The themes of the bill are preventative health care, which for at least 30 or 40 years has been the driving force in trying to get new health care policy, and it's about community. It's about all of us recognizing how our behavior impacts others.
let's not forget that this bill, it is about making children safe, and it's about keeping our children safe. You know, one of the things my former students used to be really shocked with when I taught Canadian history was that, you know, we often talk about, you know, the diseases that used to kill people. And whether it was influenza, whether it was dysentery, the things that we survive today because of vaccines, 100 years ago, that wasn't the case. And the reason in the 20th century more and more people were able to survive was because of vaccines. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that Nova Scotia has one of the lowest measles vaccination rates in the country at 71.7%. It's behind the national average of 85.7%, Mr. Speaker. So we know there's a lot of work to be done. Now, nobody, human nature being what it is, nobody likes anything that's mandatory. I think we can all understand that. But this is an issue that's not about the individual. This is an issue that's about the community. And let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, there are Nova Scotians at certain points in their lives, for whatever reason, for legitimate medical reasons, they can't receive inoculations. And we certainly trust their doctors to make that judgment. I think of my late wife, Mr. Speaker, when she was going through cancer treatments, going through chemotherapy, and how her immune system was compromised. And it's in a case like that, Mr. Speaker, that their health relies on everyone else doing their part to keep them safe. And I want you to know from the bottom of my heart how much I appreciate that. So this bill isn't about the individual. It's not about the individual. It's about the community. And I think we would all agree there are times where it is, you have to put the needs of the community ahead of the needs of the individual. So this is the key to the bill. Let's not forget that. The key to the bill is about preventative health care. The key to the bill is about community. Failure to immunize, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to say it, is negligent. It's negligent. Vaccines have pretty much wiped out many of the known diseases until recent years. Now they're back on the upswing. And that is because, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of pseudoscience out there that has a new medium to allow itself to grow. There's a lot of internet propaganda. And you are putting those with legitimate health concerns at risk. And I believe it is our job as legislators to mitigate those risks. So we want to stop that, Mr. Speaker. That is critical. If you look, Mr. Speaker, at international organizations, the United Nations has declared vaccine hesitancy as one of its top risks for world health. Now think about that for a moment. And that, Mr. Speaker, can be addressed through education, by putting regulations and policies in place that make it mandatory that if you participate in a public system, you have to have certain behaviors. You have to do certain actions. So let's be clear, the vaccine hesitancy isn't based on science. I know every MLA in this chamber knows the importance of evidence-based policy development. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the best public policy often comes out of that evidence-based. And here's a prime example of that. The jurisdiction beside us, New Brunswick, has passed a bill similar to this. And in that case, it was reactive. And here we are in this great confederation trying to learn from the issues and problems other jurisdictions have gone through. This bill isn't reactive. This bill is attempting to be preventative. So the intent of the bill is to codify the inoculation schedule produced by the Nova Scotia Public Health Officer, and I'll table that, Mr. Speaker, the inoculation schedule. There are no new vaccines being proposed here, no altered vaccines. What the bill is asking is just the ones we already know. That if your child is to be enrolled in the public system, they have to prove up front that they have received these vaccinations related to diphtheria, measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, whooping cough, and polio. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, polio is a disease that we thought was wiped out until the rise of vaccine hesitancy, and we're seeing an increase of that. You know, with respect to polio, you know, certainly for the students of history in this chamber, you would often think of FDR, of Franklin Roosevelt. Maybe some people in this chamber have had family members, grandparents who had that. I mean, it was a common disease of up until, until the vaccinations in the early 20th century. Mr. Speaker, we saw a measles outbreak in New Brunswick last year. Action is required. And in that jurisdiction, their bill was reactive to the situation. We have an opportunity here in Nova Scotia to take prevention. We're hearing, Mr. Speaker, in Alberta that there's a whooping cough outbreak. Again, let's not live in isolation. Let's always be cognizant and aware, Mr. Speaker, of what's happening within our country, within North America, and take the steps necessary to prevent these things from happening in Nova Scotia. All of this is preventable, and we have an opportunity to do something about it. The Minister of Health indicated, that the bill would require a lot of work. The bill would require, the department to operationalize. Okay, well, let's operationalize. Let's get to work. I know members of this chamber aren't afraid of hard work. The bill presents an opportunity to the government to take these preventative steps. I believe we need to listen to our doctors. I believe we need to listen to Dr. Strang and his colleagues. When people refuse, Mr. Speaker, to vaccinize their children, again, I believe they're not thinking about the importance of the community. And we have to remember, we live in this place called society, where our actions, whether we like it or not, have an enormous impact on others. So we have to take steps. We have to take steps, Mr. Speaker, to ensure our kids are as safe as they possibly can be in school. And we know, under the Education Act, Mr. Speaker, our children and the staff in our schools have that fundamental right to a safe environment. This bill takes that step. It takes that preventative step. Mr. Speaker, vaccines are safe. They're safe for the general population. They are good and proper. I believe if you are opposed to vaccinations, you are opposing reason. You're opposing facts. You're opposing science. And Mr. Speaker, let's not forget the development and prosperity to a very large extent of the Western world is due to unleashing science and reason to create a logical order. And I believe this bill adds to that. We know, Mr. Speaker, the importance of preventative health care. So we can check that off. This bill satisfies that. We know, Mr. Speaker, that community is critical, recognizing community, being aware of how our behaviors impact others. We can check that off. This bill checks off so many important things that I know in this chamber we're in agreement with. Now, certainly the remarks from the minister, I could tell that it was very much a defense of the status quo. On this side, we don't feel that way. On this side, we feel another step is required. So at minimum, if the government's not going to accept this bill, I hope it begins a conversation in the Department of Health to look at making vaccinations mandatory. I know all of us want our communities to be as healthy and prosperous as they possibly can be. Mr. Speaker, I know many of us in this chamber know your first wealth is your health. Why would we ever compromise that? Why would we even back down from that notion? From experience, and I know for some people in this chamber, it is true, your first wealth is your health. We want our students, all our young people, set up for success in every single way, when it's intellectually, emotionally, their health, and this bill sets out to do that. We have become, in our schools, very strict when it comes to scent, when it comes to allergies, and rightly so, because it has a huge impact on the learning of others. Why, Mr. Speaker, would we then even possibly entertain allowing a student to go to school if they don't have the proper vaccines? So I encourage this government, Mr. Speaker, to consider this bill. If they fail to do that, which I get the sense from the remarks of the minister, that's probably the path they're going down, well, at least I hope they speak to government civil servants in the Department of Health to begin a conversation, because it's an important conversation that needs to occur at minimum within the civil service, within the Department of Health. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I take my seat. Thank you.
Recognize the House Leader for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I would now like to call Bill number 173, an act to amend the Education Act and the Education Act for the CSAP, number 173.
Bill number 173. I recognize the member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my sincere honor to rise and speak on an extremely important piece of legislation before our legislature, Bill number 173, an act to amend the Education Act and the CSAP Act with respect to our public school policy for grades 7 to 9, dealing with the content of the outcomes in our healthy living courses in junior high school. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, instruction on the dangers of sexualized human trafficking and sexual exploitation. Mr. Speaker, I was once told a dream doesn't have to have an expiry date, to take a deep breath and try again. So today, with the support of the PC caucus, I stand to debate Bill 173 again in second reading. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, October 9th, my colleagues from Dartmouth North and Cole Harbour Eastern Passage stood in this House and so eloquently spoke on this bill. They made me so very proud, and the whole PC caucus makes me very proud as they all support Bill 173 without hesitation. I was also very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to have the member from Halifax Atlantic and Dartmouth South speak to this worthy bill. They too spoke with sincerity and concern, but Mr. Speaker, they did not indicate they supported the bill, which honestly perplexes me. Mr. Speaker, what I learned from all their speeches, though, is that we do have a common denominator. And that common denominator is that they all stated there should be more conversation, more awareness, and education with our youth around sexualized human trafficking. That common denominator, Mr. Speaker, gives me hope. Hope that this bill may be considered. Hope that perhaps the Liberal government will endorse my bill because they know it is the right thing to do. Or, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Liberals will take my bill and change a word or two and introduce it as their own bill. It wouldn't be the first time, and to be perfectly honest, I would think that would be fabulous, because it's never, ever supposed to be about who gets the credit, Mr. Speaker. It's always supposed to be about doing the right thing. I don't suffer from hubris, so I encourage the Liberal government to amend my bill or introduce their own bill this session, because they know we can't wait a minute longer to start educating our youth on sexualized human trafficking, because it is an epidemic, Mr. Speaker, that is happening right here in Nova Scotia right now. Mr. Speaker, it's all over the news, and I know most in this chamber know that Nova Scotia is the second highest province in Canada where humans are being trafficked. Let that sink in for a moment, everyone. We are the second highest compared to London, Ontario. Right in front of our very own eyes, our children are being groomed, lured, abused, kidnapped, exploited, sexually violated, and murdered. And we, Mr. Speaker, have not properly taken the steps to protect them. In my opinion, to date, we have failed them. We have failed them greatly. Bill 173, Mr. Speaker, is set out to prevent our youth from being lured into human trafficking. This bill will focus on the red flags of manipulation, the red flags that someone you know is getting manipulated. It would teach about the dangers of sexual exploitation. This bill would teach students what a healthy relationship looks like. In schools, Mr. Speaker, we teach students how to have sex. We talk about it with them. We teach them the mechanics of the act, but we don't teach them about being manipulated by someone they think they love, and that has to change, Mr. Speaker. Through investigating and learning more about sexualized human trafficking, I have come to know some incredible people. One of those individuals has been working decades as a registered counseling therapist. It was of deep gratitude I received an endorsement of my 3 bills from Pam Rubin. She indicated through an email the following statement, and I can table this as well, Mr. Speaker, and I quote verbatim, and I'll just get that so I can table that message. She states, as a trauma therapist working with survivors of human trafficking and their families, I was pleased and grateful for the introduction of these bills. 3 key areas are addressed that meet survivors' needs very simply and directly and transcend any partisan considerations. I hope that all MLAs can support these changes for the sake of Nova Scotian youth and families who are trying to heal from trafficking. I know from my work that these changes would have an immediate and positive impact for this group of trauma survivors, and that is Pamela Rubin, certified Canadian counselor, registered counseling therapist, Nova Scotia College of Counseling Therapists. Mr. Speaker, children as young as 12 years old are being trafficked in Nova Scotia, and currently there is nothing mandated in the school curriculum that teaches about the dangers of sexualized human trafficking. Nothing that is consistent across all the schools. Incorporating age-appropriate information on sexualized human trafficking and sexual exploitation into the Healthy Living curriculum across the province so it will be consistent in each school from grades 7 to 9 will help young people in so many ways, including understanding their vulnerability and seeing the warning signs, adding to their personal resiliency and helping to prevent victimization. Mr. Speaker, it came to my attention last week that Women's Centres Connect, which is the provincial association of women's centres across our province, and there are 9 centres, Mr. Speaker, total from Yarmouth right up to Sydney. It humbles me greatly to know these 9 centres have collectively come together to understand what this bill will positively do for our youth. Georgia Barnwell sent me a letter on behalf of the 9 centres and also CC'd many of my colleagues, including the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Education. She also sent it to the deputy ministers of these departments and also to the member from Dartmouth South who spoke on behalf of the NDP on this bill last week. It was indicated in the letter, sexualized human trafficking is a significant problem in rural communities across Nova Scotia, and these centres work daily to help prevent trafficking and to provide services to survivors. The letter goes on to indicate why they support this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to table a copy of this letter for the benefit of the members of the House of Assembly, and I will table that right now. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I stated a couple weeks ago at the press conference we had held downstairs here at the legislature that over a year ago, I really did not know a whole lot about human trafficking. But after speaking to a few courageous survivors and their families, I found myself inseparable from the topic. I actually became very obsessed with wanting to know what drives people, what drives someone to want to sell another human being. Think about that. It was overwhelming and it was exhausting because I found myself so steeped in an environment that I could not comprehend. For a couple of weeks, all I did was talk to survivors, family members, law enforcement, lawyers, counselors, anyone who knew anything about sexualized human trafficking. I was so grateful to be connected to so many people, Mr. Speaker. I read numerous books, attended conferences, and at one point, I remember leaving a conference where once I got in my car, I began crying uncontrollably because I felt that my heart and head is just not big enough to comprehend all of this. And to do justice for these victims and survivors, I thought, I am never going to be able to help these people. I have failed them. I just don't have the ability to make the changes within our system to help them. How can I convince the Liberal government, even with all the support from my colleagues, women's centres, victims, lawyers, survivors, to collectively have the political will to move forward in making legislative changes? I felt defeated. Then, someone pulled me out of my little hole of self-doubt and pity, and that person that I spoke to was Jennifer Holloman. And some of you may know Jennifer. She was one of our stakeholders here for our press conference, and Jennifer shared the horrific story of her daughter, Madison. And what happened to Madison, Mr. Speaker, should never happen to any young woman, ever. She was beaten, she was raped, she was gang raped, she had her jaw broken, she was tortured, she had her hair burned. These individuals that are the perpetrators of these crimes. They definitely need to be punished, not just given a slap on the wrist and put on probation. Mr. Speaker, even if Madison had managed to make her way back home and free herself from this horrific lifestyle, she would never have been the same, Mr. Speaker. They took her soul. I repeat, they took her soul. They stole everything she had that made her who she was. Madison's mother, Jennifer, has stated that she wholeheartedly endorses the introduction of sexualized human trafficking into our education system. Mr. Speaker, we all know awareness is key. Jennifer stated that if we are teaching our children in grade 6 or 7 about safe sex, then they should be taught about the dangers of sexualized human trafficking and to be aware of the predators that surround them. These pimps, these Johns, Mr. Speaker, are very, very clever. They are highly manipulative. It's organized crime at its best, and make no mistake about it, it's all at the expense of our youth. Because we, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber are not educating them. We are not taking responsibility as legislators to guide and inform them of the dangers. Mr. Speaker, I want us all for a moment to think about what it feels like to hug our children. To hug our children or a loved one that we deeply care about. Think about the feeling you get when you are hugging them because they need the hug. Perhaps they are sad, perhaps they are scared, hurt, or depressed. Through all their adversity and knowing there is sometimes not much more you can do than comfort them with a hug. Mr. Speaker, it was brought to my attention just recently as I was going through in the last couple of weeks some of the articles that made the headlines just in the last couple of weeks. As I stand here in my place, I'm recalling some of them. One, they don't know their victims. She was trafficked at 17 but didn't recognize the signs. Halifax man reaches plea deal on sex charges. 25 pimping-related charges. Another headline in the last couple of weeks, Nova Scotia man sentenced on sex charges involving teenage victim. Human trafficker gets bail. Human trafficking survivor says thought a family had helped her endure abuse and being kept in a freezer. I want to die, human trafficking victims tells a Halifax judge. Last article I read, human trafficking rates in Halifax above national average. Now, I ask Mr. Speaker, think about how we can collectively in this chamber unite to do what's right for our children by passing Bill 173. If we do it together, we don't ever have to hug them because they didn't know the dangers of sexualized human trafficking. I implore all members to think twice about this bill and seek endorsement from the Minister of Education, because we all know, Mr. Speaker, we all know that together we can, through educating our youth, help end the demand of sexualized human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, in the last couple months, really the last year, I want to take an opportunity to give a shout out to all those individuals that educated me on sexualized human trafficking. There's been so many of them, from victims and their families and their loved ones, to organized groups, to lawyers and judges. I really appreciate all the information that they have given me. I indicated earlier, too, that Bernadette MacDonald, who I've referenced before and is a member with the Nova Scotia End Demand, supports this bill in its entirety. And she has stated that it is nothing short of miraculous, the strength that victims have. And I ask that everyone in this chamber think about the victims. Think about how we, as legislators, have the responsibility to help them. I know that this has been a delicate issue, and I know that everyone in this chamber wants to see proper legislation put in place to do what's right, to serve our youth. And I know the Minister of Education wants that too, and I know that he will work hard to help us make sure we protect our youth. Thank you so much,
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the PC caucus and specifically to the member for Pictou West. Thank you for bringing this legislation and the other pieces of legislation that she referenced in her remarks to the chamber. And I will just speak to Bill 173 quite specifically, which is related to changes to the Education Act. And the member mentioned that this has been debated previously at second reading, and that she didn't hear us say that we support the bill. I think we support the bill in principle. I'm not sure, and I'm not the spokesperson on education. That member, my colleague from Dartmouth South, already spoke when this was previously called for second reading. I think as a caucus and as just MLAs, we're not convinced that changes to curriculum happen best through legislation, but certainly we recognize that human trafficking needs to be spoken about in our classrooms. There's no question about it. We recognize the very real danger posed by human trafficking and sexual exploitation. We know that there were 63 incidents reported in Nova Scotia between 2009 and 2016, with 58 of them happening in Halifax. And I know at my constituency level that this is real. And we do need to speak about it, and we need to equip teachers who are actually, the professionals working in our schools with the information and with the resources that they need in order to feel comfortable speaking about this with the best information possible, with the best approach possible, at very young ages. And that's kind of what is particularly concerning. Well, no, it would be concerning no matter what age, but it is concerning to realize how young children are being lured into relationships with with people who do not have their best interests in their hearts at all. And it's very disturbing to realize how I think a very human need that is maybe particularly acute in adolescence, that need to feel special, the need to feel noticed, is exactly what is exploited by predators who are seeking victims for human trafficking. As a government, we have a responsibility to address the factors that make individuals vulnerable to human trafficking. And we know that traffickers specifically target poor and marginalized communities. What makes people vulnerable? What makes people vulnerable? Well, to some extent, or to a significant extent, it's economic marginalization. It is lack of strong relationships around that individual young person who are making that child in that very very emotion-filled, very confusing stage of life, feel special, feel seen, experience that attention, because that is the tool that is used to recruit people into human trafficking. It is attention, attention that comes in the form of fancy presents, in the form of special dates, in the form of compliments, and by the time a victim realizes that was a hook, it can be very difficult to extract oneself from that situation, especially as, in so many cases we are talking about people who are vulnerable and that they don't have as many people in their corner to try to help them get out of that, and because there are threats of violence, and because people are taken out of their home communities and sometimes moved across the country where they have fewer social connections that can help them to exit. But again, back to that vulnerability. Addressing low wages, inadequate levels of income assistance, and lack of affordable housing are all ways that government can reduce vulnerability to human trafficking and sexual exploitation. In our present situation in Nova Scotia, where we have high numbers of children living in poverty, high rates of food insecurity, and large numbers of households in core housing need, people are more vulnerable and more likely to take risks to try to provide for themselves and even for their families. Racism and colonialism contribute to the marginalization of people, particularly Indigenous people. Nova Scotians who experience racism face systemic barriers such as limited access to education, employment, housing, and credit. Ongoing discrimination puts these communities at a higher risk of being trafficked. I'd say that that particularly manifests where we see youth in care. So often when a youth ends up in the care of the Minister of Community Services, that is not the beginning of a story. It is like chapter 7, and it goes back 3 generations, and it is wrapped up in our history of long-standing historic and systemic racism and marginalization of communities, and also multi-generational impacts of trauma. I think the announcement by the Minister of Justice on Friday is relevant, addressing racist practices like police street checks, and even having the conversation about what has been the root cause of the racist practice of street checks. Having those conversations is actually also part of the way of opening up the conversation about what is the root cause of some youth's vulnerability and some communities' vulnerability to human trafficking and sexual exploitation. Persistent gender inequality also increases vulnerability to human trafficking. There continues to be disparity between opportunities available to those who identify as men and women. Women are paid less for equal work, continue to be disproportionately responsible for unpaid work, and that makes both those women more vulnerable to traffickers, but also in the cases where those women are mothers, all of those pressures on caregivers, on the most significant adults for young Nova Scotians makes those young Nova Scotians more vulnerable. And I think increasingly we see in this age and stage of capitalism, people cobbling together so many different gigs, not regular work hours, shifts that end and begin at strange times of the night, and not a lot of control over when those schedules happen, and a low minimum wage. All of those are factors that may make parents and caregivers who love their children and want to provide for them can actually make them less available than those children need, again, at that very precious time when children are really needing and craving and wanting attention. In short, human trafficking and sexual exploitation thrive in communities where large numbers of individuals are socially and economically marginalized and do not have access to the services and support that they need. Progressive, adequately funded health and social services and a well-rounded public education system that supports social justice and actively challenges colonialism, racism, sexism, and all systems of oppression are excellent ways to address the growing risk of human trafficking and sexual exploitation. I do applaud my colleague for I guess going on a learning journey, and I fully appreciate the emotional cost of opening one's eyes and one's heart to the pain that people are experiencing in our communities and in our province. And I think we actually all need to be open to going on those sorts of learning journeys, because that is what ultimately can inform us in our work, and it's not and human trafficking, actually there's no one, while some people are more vulnerable, actually no one and no family is immune to it. And so having those conversations, including amongst parents, with friends, recognizing that young Nova Scotians are vulnerable and are looking for somewhere to feel that validation. We have to be sure that we are actually stepping up to provide that. One conversation that I've had as a parent of children who are approaching the preteen years is that across, pretty much across the board, a lot of programs exist for children up until age 12. And then at age 12, all of a sudden, summer camps, summer recreation programs, affordable activities kind of dry up. And unless you've really found the one thing that you love, and you have parents who are financially able to support you in that, that period of life from sort of 13 until 17 is pretty spacious. There's a lot of empty time and a lot of kind of a lot of drift that can happen. I think about that time in my own life, and gosh, I was wishing it away. I was just like, please get me out of this now. I spent my entire teen years kind of in, thank goodness I was a big reader. I read a lot. Kind of wishing myself into my 18-plus life that I could just, barely imagine where I would be somewhere else. And I think at that point I would even have said someone else. And that is precisely the time where now, given the internet, given social media channels, where people, with very nefarious motives can swoop in and identify that sort of that vacuum. And so I think certainly Bill 173, which would, while I think it lands on something important, which is that we need to be having these conversations. Everyone who has relationships with young people actually needs to be having these conversations. I think that in the public school system is one place where it makes sense to happen. It also makes sense to happen in many other spaces with anyone who has a relationship with young people. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Pictou West for her words and for bringing this piece of legislation forward. I'd like to thank the member for Needham for her heartfelt comments. This is obviously the content of this debate is gut-wrenching, to say the least. We are talking about the most abhorrent behavior amongst our fellow humans, those that engage in human trafficking and human slavery and exploitation. And of course, as Minister of Education and as a government, and as any member in this House would say, the health and safety of our kids who are entrusted in our care in the education system is paramount in every single decision that we make. And we do that not just by having the proper laws and processes in place to protect them physically while they're at school and entrusted in our care. We do that by having additional supports in place for them, whether it's mental health, links to the justice system, so that there's avenues for our students to take if they are in need of immediate help. Or have concerns about their well-being, and of course a key effort to empower them and protect them is to give them information to help prepare them mentally to recognize different signs of luring, grooming, and any other activity that should raise alarm bells. And so we of course take this conversation and this responsibility that we have very seriously. And I'll remind the House of Bill 112 that we all supported to enhance criminal record checking in our system and enhance our ability to screen and track any potential risks in the education system. That was in response directly to police investigations and charges associated with luring, grooming, sexual misconduct, and physical assault. And I want to thank the members of the House for helping us pass that bill unanimously. That was very important, and that is helping us create a safer environment for our students at school. I do want to also inform the House that this is very much a part of our mandated curriculum in 7 to 9. In our healthy curriculum, the issues around human trafficking, around healthy and unhealthy boundaries, who is a safe adult, how to recognize luring and grooming activity, and how to find help in dangerous situations is mandated in our 7 to 9 curriculum currently. And of course, that's very important. We also enhance that curriculum with a really important partnership that's been longstanding in Nova Scotia with the Canadian Centre for Child Protection. That is a 15-year-long partnership that we have with that organization to enhance our efforts to teach our kids about these risks, teach their families about these risks and what signs to look for, and also educate our teachers and staff about these risks and what to look for. And I do want to table a couple documents for the members opposite to take a look at. We have Kids in the Know. This is for our this is also for our P-12 program. So this is available to every single teacher, every single school in our system from P-12. The materials that we have through the Canadian Centre for Child Protection. This is Kids in the Know, an interactive safety education program to empower children and reduce their risk of victimization. This is distributed all across our province in every single school and is there for teachers, students, families to utilize. I'll table this for the members to take a look at. But of course, we always want to enhance our efforts in this regard. So first, it is important, I think, for the House to recognize this is very much mandated in our health curriculum. It's a part of our curriculum. That's not to say we don't want to continually enhance that curriculum. And I do want to inform the House today that we actually will be enhancing our partnership with the Canadian Centre for Child Protection and investing in additional training and resources and lessons for students and teachers from P-12. They have a third edition. Yeah, thank you very much. And I want the member for Pictou West in particular to realize that this is happening. This has been in progress for a while, but we are expediting this process precisely and in response to this conversation that's been initiated in the legislature, one that I think touches the hearts and minds of everybody here. So this does come with an investment of $70,000. And we'll be bringing in the third edition of Kids in the Know, a personal safety program, which has recently been released by the Centre for Child Protection. And this resource has been hailed nationally as an extremely exceptional resource for our kids, for our parents, and for our students. And so we will be expediting the process to get this out to our schools in the coming weeks very quickly and get this in the hands of our teachers and staff and students and families. And there will be additional training provided to our educators and staff that accompanies us. So I do want to table the updated overview of that program as well for the members' attention, because this is really important. So I do want to thank the member for pushing this issue. It is resulting in us acting more quickly on enhancing not just our curriculum, but the resources that we provide to every single student, every single school in the province. And I do want to thank Bernadette McDonald, and her network of allies, and along with Jennifer Hallman, who have been incredibly passionate and dedicated advocates for this cause on a whole number of fronts, not just on the education front. Jennifer and Bernadette are both constituents of mine, and Jennifer's story is it's a gut-wrenching story, and for her to have lived through that experience with her daughter, and I know she's comfortable with us talking about this because she has actually presented in some of our schools her story and what happened to her daughter Madison. She's spoken, I know, at the high school in Yarmouth, and we're trying to link her up with other schools as well to share her story, which is very raw, which is uncensored, and really presents a really upfront look at the human cost of this sort of activity. And for her to take that terrible tragedy that she experienced and turn it into positive motivation for her to be an advocate for this cause, to actually get out and talk to people about this story, to help empower other young people to protect themselves, I think is quite inspiring. And I do want to take this opportunity to thank her for her courage. And we've also invited Jennifer and Bernadette and anybody else they want to bring into the department to take a look at our current mandated curriculum, provide us with feedback on it. We do have a process in place outside of the legislature for curriculum enhancement. It is driven by teachers. We've brought in, I think, an additional 40 to help us with that process. So that process does happen outside of this legislature. And it's an important one. We continually want to enhance that curriculum and update it and make sure that the most relevant information and resources are available. And we'll make sure that we bring those folks and those advocates in to take a look at the current curriculum, look at the enhancements we're going to be making over the coming weeks with our partnership with the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, and get their advice on whether additional efforts are need to made to provide this enhancement. I know I speak on behalf of every single person in the chamber when I say how critical this issue is, how important it is, and how we all recognize that we have to continually do better to combat this great evil that exists in our communities, unfortunately, and empower our kids to protect themselves as well. And with those few words, I'll take my seat, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for their comments on this topic. This is, as the minister...
Order, please. Brought to my attention, the honourable member for Dartmouth East has already spoken to this particular bill. And only one chance per bill. The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to have a few moments here to speak to Bill number 173. And I thank the Minister for his words and his information on what is being done in our education system already, and his commitment to keep on this file and to keep improving what we are doing to educate our youth about human trafficking. And I'm glad the member from Pictou West is here today, because when this was brought up before, she was not here, and I know these are her bills. And, oh, sorry. I apologize for that, Mr. Speaker. But I'm pleased that this was brought forth by the member. And I would like to remark on the remarks of the member from Halifax Needham. I think we all feel passionate about this and concerned about human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you've had people come to you, as I have. Living in rural Nova Scotia, I didn't think this was going to be something on my plate. I really didn't. I thought this was something that happened more in urban areas, places with higher population. But Mr. Speaker, I've had families come to me who are in desperate need of getting their children out of trafficking situations. And it is heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker. These aren't compromised people in any way. These are affluent, well-educated people who, for some reason, their children are in secure jobs. They're adults. They're not even school-age children. These are adults that are being trafficked. And they have jobs, and they meet someone who lures them into this lifestyle. They start isolating themselves from their friends and their families. They are given wonderful gifts and promises. They are moved away from their families and their friends. They're living in places where they don't have communication with their families. Families are very distraught. And those who have found their children and have been able to bring them home, there's another devastation of therapy and having their child feel safe again. It's a horrible situation for any family to endure, Mr. Speaker. And to know that there are programs going on in the schools, and from grade 7 to 9, they start talking about human trafficking. These courageous conversations have to start not only in school, they have to be in our homes. And they have to be right from the early years. I think our member from Halifax Atlantic spoke about this a few weeks ago. what he's doing already to set up boundaries with his children, to know what's appropriate and not appropriate, to get comfortable using the language. And that's really important. The language we use about our bodies and about sexual relationships and relationships in period, we need to be using the appropriate language and not have children embarrassed or adults embarrassed about how we talk about human trafficking, sexual abuse. We really need to empower ourselves and empower our children to be able to communicate and to know what are safe boundaries and what are not safe boundaries. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it goes a lot further than just certain communities. We need to really look, it can happen to anyone. No one, no family, no amount of money can protect your child from a situation like this. The only thing that may help is to educate the child and families about exploitation of young people and even young adults, Mr. Speaker. And even one case of this, Mr. Speaker, is one too many. We need to address this and prevent it from happening. And I think if we continue to do it in our schools, and there can be healthy conversations going on with our children long before grade 7s and 9s. But we know not everyone is prepared to have these conversations, Mr. Speaker. I know teachers who, because they know that they just can't communicate the way the topic needs to be communicated, they switch off with another teacher and they trade a class with another class. And it's really important that we have the right people talking to students in the schools, people who are comfortable, but also parents need to be comfortable having these courageous conversations. And it can happen at, in the home where children are comfortable and feeling secure. We need to have those conversations. And we need to have these conversations among ourselves. We need to educate ourselves. All of us here in the legislature, we are hearing a lot about it when it comes up on the floor. But we really need to know, as we heard, it's happening from one end of the province to the other. And another thing, a lot of our youth are being taken from our province to another province. So it's really important that our provinces have communication with one another, their justice systems, so that they are on the alert. Teachers need to be educated, parents need to be educated, not just our children, about human trafficking. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to just affirm just one case of human trafficking is one too many, and we need to make sure that children feel safe in their communities, that they feel safe in their homes, and that they can reach out to the wider world, feel safe. It's not a situation that any young person, any family should ever have to find themselves in, Mr. Speaker. So with that, I will sit down and take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise and speak to Bill number 173, put forth by my colleague from Pictou West. What is human trafficking? Sadly, if you were to ask many students in grades 7 to 9, most would not know. But Mr. Speaker, human trafficking is a criminal offence that involves controlling, forcing, intimidating, or deceiving a person of any age in order to exploit them through various forms of sexual exploitation or forced labor. And we know that both pimps and sex workers can be anyone. Where is human trafficking happening? Sadly, if you were to ask many students in grades 7 to 9, most would not know. But Mr. Speaker, it's happening everywhere. It is not just an international issue, a city issue. It is more than that. It's happening in our communities, rural communities, regardless of geographic location and socioeconomic status. And you simply do not know when it could be happen to someone you love or befriend. I know I'm not alone in this House when I say there is a real concern about the prevalence of human trafficking in our province, where rates are among the highest in the country. Let me say that again, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotia rates of human trafficking are amongst the highest in the country. According to Statistics Canada, which compiled police report incidents of human trafficking between 2009 and 16, Halifax and Ottawa had the highest number of incidents in the country per 100,000 people. In 2016, Halifax had 4.7 incidents per 100,000 people. That is alarming. It is terrifying. And it's chilling to think your own children, our friends' children, and children in our communities could encounter this exploitation and luring at any time. Conversations with local police tell us there are serious gaps in education around human trafficking. Children as young as 12 and 13 are being lured. Actually, Mr. Speaker, that is the average age of recruitment in our province. RCMP have reported children as young as 12 years old working in the sex trade industry in Halifax. We have heard from parents with children who were manipulated and taken out of the province at 14 years of age to work in the sex trade. Mr. Speaker, 12-year-olds being beaten beyond recognition, tortured, burned, forced to have sex 15 to 20 times a day, and so much more. As an MLA, and more importantly as a mother and grandmother, I cannot even begin to understand why this is happening in our communities, but it is. We need to educate our youth in school and give them the tools to identify the signs and how to protect themselves from these traffickers. And let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, anyone can be a trafficker. Family members, friends, neighbors, male or female. I am very happy to hear the Minister of Education rise today and talk about the things that are going to be happening in our school system. That is refreshing to hear. But we need to know what is the accountability that these teachers are all teaching this. I've heard from many in my community that it's being taught in our schools, but only by voluntarily concerned teachers and administration that are already cognizant of the problem. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure we are protecting our youth. Very simply put, if we're going to teach our students about puberty in grade 4 and sex education in grade 5, safe sex and issues to watch out for, why are we not teaching in every classroom from grades 5 to 7 about the dangers of sexual exploitation and the manipulation of these pimps? We owe it to our children. Awareness and education are key to beating human trafficking. If we do our job and provide the education tools necessary to understand, this could be the generation that says that that's enough. My colleague from Pictou West has stood in this House time and time again asking questions to the Minister of Justice, Minister of Education. She's spoken with families, survivors, law enforcement, women's centres, counsellors, you name it. This member has become a passionate advocate in attempting to send the strong message that our children's bodies are not for sale, and we will not tolerate it any longer. Mr. Speaker, a couple weeks ago, we heard from a mother, Jennifer Holloman, in the foyer of this House. This very courageous mother shared a horrific story of her daughter, Madison. Mr. Speaker, it was heart-wrenching to sit there and listen to Ms. Holloman as she bravely stood in front of cameras and people she had never met before. And Mr. Speaker, her words shook me to my very core. I will never forget this mother's words she shared. What happened to my daughter Madison should never happen to any young woman, ever. She was beaten, she was raped, she was tortured. They stole her soul. They stole everything she had that made her who she was. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to repeat that again. I want all members of this House to think about the words of this mother. They stole her soul. They stole everything that she had that made her who she was. Mr. Speaker, as a mother, a grandmother, an aunt, I cannot imagine the day that I could not hug my daughters, my grandson, my nieces and nephew, my friends' children, who all refer to me as their auntie. These arms are the most precious jewels you'll ever have around your neck, the arms of our children. Mr. Speaker, this bill will ensure that we are educating our most precious jewels so that they fully understand the dangers and the signs of sexualized human trafficking. In closing, I would like to thank my colleague from Pictou West for her fight, her passion as a mother and a member of this Legislative Assembly. I know in my heart every member in this House is equally compassionate, caring people, people who fight for what is right, what is just, and what is for the greater good. I thank all the people who have come forward, who have shared their stories, their expertise, their guidance, to make things safer and better for our youth in this province. With those few comments, I will take my seat. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I would now like to call Bill number 172, an act to amend respecting a human trafficking prosecution team, the Public Prosecutions Act.
We'll now call Bill number 172, the Public Prosecutions Act. And a reminder to all members, it's 10 minutes on this bill. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, may I first make an introduction?
Permission granted.
I would like the members' attention to the West Gallery. I have a friend here, a young, bright young woman, Clancy McDaniel, who is a local advocate for sexual assault survivors and who has actually spoken to me personally with regards to her experience, her own experience with human trafficking. I'm very honored to have you here today, and I would like the House to give her a warm welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise and stand in my place to speak to Bill 172, an act to amend Chapter 21 of the Acts of 1990, the Public Prosecution Act, respecting a human trafficking prosecution team. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, I purchased the October 2019 edition of Canada's national magazine, probably better known in this chamber as Maclean's magazine. The top headline on the front cover read, Anne Kingsington on Canada's domestic violence crisis. Yes, Mr. Speaker, in Nova Scotia, we have a healthcare crisis, but nationally, we are witnessing a domestic violence crisis. What was most interesting reading this information and very informative article was the connection made between domestic violence and sexualized human trafficking. The article begins on page 24 with the headline reading, and I quote, "We are the dead. We are the dead." This is a story which reveals how systems, people, and politicians failed women and girls in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be one of those politicians, and I don't think any of the members in this House want to be one of those politicians. And I will exhaust myself to show Nova Scotians I will not stop fighting to end the demand while trying to implement legislation that will protect our children and seek justice for victims. This bill, 172, is just one tiny step, one way I can show effort and my sincerity in helping victims of sexualized human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, Crown prosecutors in this province have said they need additional resources to be able to give these complex cases the attention they deserve. The RCMP have backed up this claim, saying that sexualized human trafficking investigations are among the most complex they often experience during their whole entire career. Human trafficking cases are on the rise in Nova Scotia. Statistics show Halifax is one of the areas in Canada with the highest number of reported trafficking cases, along with London, Ontario. Mr. Speaker, this should concern everyone in this chamber greatly. Nova Scotians want to know why and how this is happening, because it bears repeating, Mr. Speaker. It bears repeating. Purchasing sex is a crime. It is a crime to purchase sex in Canada. This bill mirrors a similar bill in Ontario composed of specialized Crown prosecutors who are responsible for prosecuting sexualized human trafficking cases and providing legal advice to police and prosecutors while at the same time delivering enhanced education and training within the justice system. Mr. Speaker, in a course hosted by the Government of Ontario designed for service providers, the #1 priority when helping a victim of sexualized human trafficking is to take your time. Take your time and listen to them. They are such complex cases. The level of danger is extremely high, and the only way for prosecution to happen is for the victim to take the stand and face the person who trafficked them. And that person may not only have been their pimp, but they may have been someone that raped them repeatedly, bet them, locked them in a room, starved them. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, the mental toll that process can have on a victim. Currently, Mr. Speaker, Crown prosecutors are not able to take the time with sexualized trafficking cases because they simply do not have the resources. We have heard from human trafficking victims receiving as little, Mr. Speaker, as little as 15 minutes with their Crown prosecutor before they go into a trial. Does everyone in this chamber think 15 minutes is enough time? I don't think so. These are complex cases that involve brainwashed victims who have been through massive amounts of trauma. There's a responsibility on our part to ensure that they are given every chance, Mr. Speaker, every chance possible to see success in their court cases. I received a letter yesterday, as you all have, from the Crown Attorneys Association advising they would be withdrawing Crown Attorney services this morning. They followed through. Mr. Speaker, the NSCAA is comprised of close to 100 Crown attorneys employed by the Nova Scotia Public Prosecution Service who serve in Crown attorney offices throughout Nova Scotia that prosecute criminal cases, including those in violent crimes, sexual assault, and child pornography. They're not there today to do that, though, are they? No, they're not. It's beyond frightening, Mr. Speaker, to think that they are not there to serve today because this Liberal government refuses to negotiate in good faith. Mr. Speaker, at the press conference we held a couple weeks ago, I was honoured to have Bernadette McDonald, who has decades of experience with women's centres and is currently a member of the Nova Scotia End Demand Group. Bernadette spoke of the importance of specialized teams within the criminal justice system. This is exactly what this bill does, Mr. Speaker. It creates a specialized team to handle sexualized human trafficking cases. She indicated that it has proven very effective in ensuring criminals are held accountable for their actions. Bernadette stated how pleased the organization was with the introduction of a specialized team of Crowns within prosecution services to handle specifically these horrific crimes. Sadly, she also recognized there is resistance from the Crowns to take many of these cases of sexualized human trafficking to trial because they are such delicate cases, Mr. Speaker. A specialized team of Crowns would strengthen the chances of pimps and johns who are sexually exploiting primarily our young females to be criminally charged and convicted. Mr. Speaker, this bill would encourage prosecution services to work closely with the policing services to carry out stings and be proactive in catching these people, primarily men who prey on vulnerable women and children. There is no question, Mr. Speaker, this bill would send a strong message. Sexualized exploitation, and sexualized human trafficking will not be tolerated in Nova Scotia. Women and children's bodies are not for sale, and that we as a society are working to end the demand. I was very pleased to receive a statement as well from Linda McDonald and Jean Sarsons, persons representing the Organization Against Non-State Torture. They strongly support the need for educating the Crown with specialized skills related to the victimization involved in human trafficking. This education will promote sting operations and end the demand approach. Mr. Speaker, there is a global sexualized human trafficking epidemic happening. We know Nova Scotia rates second in Canada for the highest reported incidents of human trafficking. If we do not take the proper steps now to protect our youth and all victims of sexualized human trafficking, then all will be lost and there will be blood on our hands. We in this chamber have to have the political will to let our egos go and pass this nonpartisan bill. Mr. Speaker, what better way to show victims who come forward that they will have a skilled, compassionate team dedicated to helping them? Mr. Speaker, too often policy and procedures have trumped common sense. However, this is a common sense bill. Not moving this bill forward will be a fundamental mistake and an inaction of this government that will be truly disheartening, not only for me, but for more importantly, the victims that I stand here today and support with every fibre in my body, because my body is mine and it's not for sale.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleagues in the chamber, I want to applaud the member for Pictou West for bringing this here in such a forceful way. And being so clear and supportive of the victims of human trafficking in this province. The member has spoken eloquently to the ways in which our system has not caught up to the sometimes terrifying realities that Nova Scotians, especially marginalized Nova Scotians, face, and human trafficking is one of those awful and often quite hidden realities. I've stood to speak on the member's legislation on this before, and I'll say again that I applaud the work of the YWCA and other organizations who are working in this space and who are creating ways to directly support victims. But of course, the need to support victims is a sad symptom of the reality that human trafficking is continuing, despite the awareness, despite the support of victims. Stopping this must be a multifaceted effort. Education is one of the things that we've been speaking about today, and certainly education is important. I think, as I said, based on the information that I have and the people that I've spoken to, the hidden nature of human trafficking is often how it is enabled to be so pernicious. And awareness not just for children, but for all Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, for the general public. That includes law enforcement, that includes corrections. The member asked a question today about issues in corrections with perpetrators and offenders being held together. I think that's a real concern. It's also an issue, Mr. Speaker, for social services, for workers on the front line who might encounter this kind of situation. But there is another place, Mr. Speaker, that I would submit that this needs to be addressed, and it's one that we in the NDP caucus spend a great deal of time talking about in this chamber, and that is the alleviation of poverty, Mr. Speaker. It's not an exaggeration to say that the vast majority of people involved in human trafficking are economically, politically, and/or socially marginalized and disadvantaged. So a few things the government could do, in addition to considering this bill strongly, is to combat this issue would be to continue to work to address systemic racism in a serious way, to raise income assistance by a real margin, to address the burgeoning housing crisis in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, and all of the ways in which so many people in this province find themselves in such precarious situations, which then lead to extreme vulnerability and terrible outcomes like the issue of human trafficking that we're talking about today. The work of the Public Prosecution Service, Mr. Speaker, here in the area of human trafficking and in so many other places, as we've been discussing this week, is extremely important. Without a doubt, their work prosecuting human trafficking offences is vital, and I have no doubt but that they would agree. And in fact, we've had those conversations this week, Mr. Speaker. And dedicated teams, as we just heard from the member for Pictou West, have certainly allowed members to gain additional expertise, which undoubtedly leads to superior outcomes. And I would point to the part of the Act under consideration, Mr. Speaker, that specifically contemplates that additional education. And I think we really support that, because the reality, Mr. Speaker, as the member spoke to, is that when prosecuting a case like this, you're dealing with people who have undergone extremely traumatic situations. And we have heard, I have heard in the last few years in education, in law enforcement, in the justice system generally, we have a long way to go in terms of developing a genuinely trauma-informed approach. And I think that there is, without a doubt, not far enough that we could go to create the educational opportunities to ensure that that trauma-informed approach is taken. That being said, I am curious, and I will engage the member on this after we rise from this chamber, about whether the member has consulted with the Public Prosecution Service. I know that this Act is in service of victims, but I also think it's important that those on the front lines have input into this. And I know that some of the Crown attorneys that I've spoken to have suggested, as the member herself suggested, that a joint task force might best include other professionals than just Crown attorneys. As we have been talking about, again, Mr. Speaker, Crown attorneys are stretched and they are prosecutors, but they are upholding the integrity of the Crown. They are not prosecuting on behalf of a client. And so while I think it is vital that victims of crime be given clear, compassionate, trauma-informed sense of how their case is progressing, I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not sure that beyond that, that Crown attorneys are the ones best positioned to continue to support those victims through the process. I think they do need support, but I just wonder whether something like the SATE task force, which includes RCMP and other professionals, whether a joint task force that includes victim services, something that, you know, is sure to actually support those folks moving through the system. So, like I said, I'm happy to engage the member on this after. I think we definitely are aligned in terms of the importance of the issue and the spirit of the legislation. I think we, at the risk of repeating myself, we all know that we have a long way to go in terms of ensuring that our justice system can adequately address issues, particularly gendered issues of sexual exploitation, of human trafficking, of domestic abuse. We've seen a willingness from the leadership in the justice system to address these issues. I'm hoping that that continues to go further, and I look forward to hearing more from the member on this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Pictou West and Dartmouth South for the comments, the member from Pictou West for bringing this bill forward, and the other bills that she has brought forward around human trafficking and safety when it comes to our daughters, our sisters, our mothers, and our aunts, and our friends. There are some disturbing trends and disturbing statistics in Nova Scotia, one of it being that, like the member from Pictou West said, we are the second highest in all of Canada. And for such a small province of under 1 million people, those kind of statistics are hard to wrap our mind around when you think of how large some of the municipalities and cities are, for me, when I heard that statistics, I've heard that statistic years ago. Somebody told me that statistic, but I would have thought something like Toronto or Calgary or some of the bigger areas would have had a higher rate of human trafficking. But so I think we need to understand why this is happening. We have to have the supports in place. Our Crown plays a vital role in this whole process. We need to make sure that we have the resources available to hire more Crown attorneys to be able to support organizations that are on the front line. Organizations like the YWCA, which I'm intimately involved with because of Mia and her staff and all the good work they do, and they're located in Spryfield. One of the programs that they have out there is the WISH program, and for those that don't know about the WISH program, is a program that I think now, last time I spoke to them, I think it's 32 or 36, I can't remember. Young women are living in, or part of the WISH program, and it's quite an incredible program, and what it does is it provides safe, secure, supportive housing and wraparound resources for those women. And when I say wraparound resources, it provides a fully furnished apartment, eviction prevention, which is something which is the whole thought of eviction prevention for an individual, whether it's a man or a woman who's in crisis, is probably one of the best things you can ever do. There's a lot of things that we can help and provide individuals in need, but having a safe, secure roof over their head and knowing that when they come home that they are safe and that they won't be evicted is a pretty incredible thing. So the YWCA, and the WISH program provides eviction program. And they provide individual support, and part of that individual support, my time at the YW, some of the stuff that they told us is they're providing in-home help, including financial help, and services that the ladies, the women need. Also, they have a 24-hour emergency on-call support, which is pretty incredible, because we've had these discussions here about many times over my 6 years about people in crisis, people who are dealing with issues, whether it's health issues, mental health issues, people that are in crisis because of actions that were outside of their power or outside of their ability, I guess, to their power. So they go into crisis. They need assistance, not every night at 4 o'clock or every day at 11 o'clock, 11 a.m. Crisis, your mental health, your mental well-being, things can happen at any time during the day. So to hear that there are programs like the WISH program that provides 24-hour round-the-clock on-call support, it's something that I think we should be looking at and modeling right around just about everything we do when it comes to mental health, because it provides a pretty invaluable and incredible service for those that need it. The member from Dartmouth South touched on a few things which I wholeheartedly agree with, and she talked about poverty and things like that, and how poverty plays into that, and housing, the lack of affordable housing plays into all of this, and it's absolutely true. Some of the stuff that we need to continue to work on is more programs to give access to affordable education, so that people see that there is a future out there. I spoke to one young lady in one of the communities that I represent, and she wanted to go to NASCAD, but she wasn't going to go to NASCAD because it was expensive. And so when I was speaking to her, I said, the best investment you'll ever make in your life is an investment in yourself, and it's investment in education, and you'll get that back 100 times full over the course of your life. And then I got a letter from one of her parents who were pretty angry that I had told her daughter to go spend tens of thousands of dollars on education. So I met with the family and we had a long discussion, but it's an understanding of how valuable education is and access to education and how education can help break cycles. And when people are put in these positions, we need to make sure that we have all the best resources available to them, that they have a safe place to lay their head down at night, that they have the trauma experts there, that they have the mental health experts there, that they have access to frontline, whether it's a social worker or a doctor or a nurse practitioner, that they have those resources, and that our frontline workers, whether it's RCMP or the Halifax Regional Police and our Crown, are or are trained properly to know how to deal with some of this stuff, to how to properly deal with this, to be sensitive to the needs of individuals that come into their office, to be sensitive to the needs of the individuals who they're supposed to be representing in a court of law, but not only representing in a court of law, but also investigating. Because a lot of times what happens, from what I've heard from individuals that I've dealt with over the years, is that a lot of times they're re-traumatized when they go through the process of an investigation, when they are going through the court system. You know, the stuff is brought up again and again and again, and we have to be aware of that. We have to know that the people that are dealing with these young men and women, boys and girls, that they have the proper training, that they know how to deal with these cases properly. So it's the whole, you know, as I keep going back when I talk about these issues as being a father and my responsibility in this whole role, and my responsibility not just as a father but as a human being to treat people with dignity and respect, no matter their gender, race, religion. And you know, I grew up with some pretty powerful. I always say I have about 12 moms, but I grew up with some pretty powerful women in my corner. One of them, and I've mentioned her name here lots of times, Linda Wilson and Angie McNeil Campbell and a few others, and they taught me from a young age what was right and what was wrong. But a lot of people don't have those powerful, strong individuals in their life. A lot of people don't have, when they're at their lowest, when they've had unforeseen, just horrific and disgusting actions happen to them. They don't have people that they can fall back on. A lot of times when I've spoken to a lot of experts in this field, I've talked to people who have decades and decades of experience, and a lot of times what happens is, especially with young women, these predators and these disgusting human beings are searching out group homes, and they're searching out children in care, and they're searching out people that they feel are vulnerable, and that they can, if possible, show them some love, maybe treat them with some dignity and respect that they've never had in their life, and then take advantage of them. So we need to do better. I've got 30 seconds left, but we need to do better as a society, we need to do better as a government, and we need to do better as a human being. And I thank the member for Pictou West for continuing to bring this up and these bills forward, because it's extremely important. So thank you very much.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when I begin to speak on this bill, you know, I think the question that we have to ask ourselves, are the survivors and victims of human trafficking, are they worth it? Well, the obvious answer for us all is yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure of that. And that is why government must give this bill serious consideration. And Mr. Speaker, what could they do? They could call it as part of their business on any day we're in here other than Opposition Day, because we know in opposition we can't pass bills. We don't have the numbers, but we also don't have the ability to call this bill to a vote. So that is one way the government could pass this bill. The other way they could accomplish these changes is by making them, budgeting for them, The fall is the time of year all the ministers are submitting their budgets into the Department of Finance. Cabinet is meeting, discussing these things. Government could say yes to this bill by budgeting funds and creating what this bill is asking to create, Mr. Speaker, which is a human trafficking prosecution team. And what does that consist of, Mr. Speaker? In this case, what we've decided might be a good start, what would be a good start, is 2 Crown attorneys who specialize in human trafficking prosecution. The alternative, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague from Pictou West has indicated in her remarks, Mr. Speaker, the alternative is you have somebody landing at the court to speak with the Crown attorney who is going to prosecute that day to discuss the situation for about 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker, and that was an actual case. That may not be the average time of the consultation between a survivor of human trafficking and the Crown prosecution, but it was an actual situation, and we are told that it is common, Mr. Speaker. So the alternative is that. I think we can do better. Mr. Speaker, I think about a similar situation. I want to bring this up because there are parallels. Survivors of Fenwick Macintosh, when I went out to Winnipeg, they received a media award for being the face of survivors of sexual abuse, Mr. Speaker, and assault. And Mr. Speaker, when they received that award in Winnipeg, there was a conference going on, and they were talking about human trafficking. And of course, it was an eye-opener. We've heard the comments. We know what it's all about and how awful it is. And Mr. Speaker, I guess it reminded me of what happened in that case, Mr. Speaker. Macintosh got off on a lot of the charges that were put against him, Mr. Speaker, because the Crown was unable to deal with extraditing him and getting him to court. And yes, he did serve some time, but there were charges that were dismissed because he had not been given his charter right of being taken to court within a reasonable time frame. Can you imagine how those people who came forward felt when that happened? And I say there's parallels because in that case, and we'll go back to the report, Mr. Speaker, the report to the Attorney General of Nova Scotia on the prosecution of Macintosh, it was recognized that the delay was unacceptable. It was it was about 10 years, the delay. And the Public Prosecution Service committed to take steps. There were 2 key steps, Mr. Speaker. One was a more hands-on role for the Chief Crown Attorney, and the other key was that, that the Crown would be resourced adequately. And Mr. Speaker, that's what this bill is about. And Mr. Speaker, we're not talking maybe today about survivors. Well, and actually we are, because a lot of these survivors are children who are being trafficked, Mr. Speaker. So in both cases, it's children who have experienced sexual assault and abuse. And Mr. Speaker, what we're saying is that with this bill is that the resources must be there to support the Crown in its efforts to prosecute people who are doing these things, people who are trafficking other human beings, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is real. We need justice, and this bill is about helping to get justice. When I think of human trafficking, Mr. Speaker, it makes me angry. And I have to watch what I say in here because it can really get my blood boiling. And I guess, and I think we're all in some agreement here today, Mr. Speaker. And I often think if we were like the Northwest Territories, and I know on the other side of the chamber here, there's a picture of the Northwest Territories legislature. And there, Mr. Speaker, as I understand, members sit in a circle and there's no political parties. And I think if we were discussing this in the Northwest Territories today, I think we'd all be in agreement in passing this bill. And I guess my only hope, because we can't pass it, is that the government will take the action that I just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, because human trafficking, we need to be tough on it, Mr. Speaker. I'm always shocked at, and I know, people maybe brand this guy here as a conservative and he wants to be tough on people and send people to jail, but when you really think about this issue, Mr. Speaker, and you think about somebody who would do that to somebody else, and when we see the repeat offenders in this instance, Mr. Speaker, in my mind there is only one place for them, Mr. Speaker, and not just as a measure of punishment, but even more so to protect the next person that could be trafficked. So, Mr. Speaker, the member for Pictou West has worked hard. She's brought good legislation. This is one of 3 bills, as you know, that have been brought here before the floor of the House on human trafficking. Education, victim services, and this bill, Mr. Speaker, to have a special team to prosecute people who are trafficking other human beings. So, Mr. Speaker, how do you appeal to people's decency? And I think about the traffickers, and I think about the people out there who are spending their money to roll into a hotel room for an hour to purchase sex off somebody who is likely held in there against their will. And in these specific cases, they certainly are held against their will. Mr. Speaker, in terms of decency, those people have no decency. And in my mind, there is a place for them. Now, before we highlight all the reasons why someone could find themselves in jail, let's remember they're there because of what they've done, Mr. Speaker, but also to protect society. Some people are psychopaths. In my mind, if you are going to traffic somebody, you are a psychopath. You have zero empathy. And, Mr. Speaker, there is one place for you, to be locked up. Now, maybe they can get help there, Mr. Speaker, but I really don't believe in being soft on this issue. We need to protect people, Mr. Speaker. I realize some people may be created psychopaths by the environment that they're brought up in, and I have sympathy for that. But poverty is not an excuse for someone who traffics other human beings. And I will also say that it's not always people in poverty that are targeted by these human traffickers. So again, let's take action here. We could say in some cases maybe these human traffickers shouldn't be held, or they shouldn't, it's not their fault because there's all these reasons why they found themselves. I don't buy that, Mr. Speaker. They must still be held responsible for their actions. So I say remove them from society and protect the next person that they will otherwise target. Mr. Speaker, we can help to do that in here by empowering the Crown Prosecution Service with a team of Crown attorneys who spend all of their time, Mr. Speaker, all of their time focusing and specializing in this area. And Mr. Speaker, when we go back to Fenwick McIntosh, the report laid blame at the hands of the Crown, but take that a step further, Mr. Speaker. Who is it that empowers the Crown? It's this legislature. It's all of us. So let's take action on this bill. I encourage the government to either call this bill on a future day, this fall sitting, when they can call business and bring this bill to a vote. If not, Mr. Speaker, I call upon them to enact this legislation by creating the team when they're preparing their budgets to pass for the budget next spring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now call upon the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes government business for today. I move that the House now do rise to meet again tomorrow, Thursday, October 24th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Following the daily routine and question period, business will include Committee of the Whole House on Bills 180, 189, 192, 193, 197, 201, and 203. Also, Mr. Speaker, we will have second reading for Bill 213, as well as address and reply.
Motion is for the House to rise to meet again tomorrow, Thursday, October 24th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1 p.m.